It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, wild weather. A historic winter storm on the move this morning. Tens of millions across the country on alert.
We're expecting somewhere between 15 and 21 inches of snow.
While down south, record-breaking high temps.
It's February, and it feels like summer.
Al has the full forecast and where that storm is headed next. Then, give me 5. We brought in the experts for another edition of today's 5 things. This morning, the 5 things a teacher, a chef, and a mechanic say they'd never do. The helpful tips you can apply to your everyday life. Plus, on your mark, Mark Wahlberg is live in Studio 1A this morning. The superstar set to talk about faith, family, and a new challenge he's taking on. And start me up. A new report says 2 iconic bands, the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, are teaming up. What's behind the collaboration more than 60 years in the making? Today, Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023.
Hi to our staff and students at William Wells Brown Elementary.
In Lexington, Kentucky.
From Fairfield, Connecticut, celebrating 30 years of friendship.
Visiting from Detroit.
Rochester, New York.
And Marietta, Georgia.
I don't want to be alone.
Checking off the biggest item on our bucket list. From Belmead, New Jersey.
Hi to my mom who watches Today every day. In Newport, Rhode Island. We love you, Nanny.
Shout out to the University of South Carolina. We're here to meet Al Roker.
Well, we have quickly come to love this series. Today's 5 things. We have professionals come in and tell us the 5 things they would never do. And this morning, our group is a teacher, a chef, and a mechanic, sharing their no-nos based on years of expertise. First up, Melissa Salguero. She's an award-winning educator with nearly 15 years of teaching experience. Currently the music director at Wings Academy in the Bronx. She's teaching high schoolers. Mrs. Salguero, nice to meet you. Nice to have you here. Okay, let's start with the nevers. You say, never punish a child for bad grades. Why not?
Well, let's face it, grades are not an accurate measurement of a student's worth. And when we attach a grade and then put a punishment to it, it could actually discourage them. So what I suggest to parents is, instead of asking, why did you fail this class? Ask how you can support them. Find different ways to incorporate these subjects into your home. Read to your kids every night.
Would you reward for good grades?
Well, yeah, you could, sure. But,
okay.
We want to make sure that we encourage so that the students develop their own intrinsic motivation.
Okay, next, never miss a child's school performance. Okay, we try not to, but explain why this matters so much.
Hear me out, right? As a music teacher and as a musician myself, growing up, it's so important for parents to show up to these events. And, wow, it's totally okay. Don't get me wrong, but it is so important for them to see somebody show up for them. Because when you do that, you make meaningful connections, not only with your child, but also with your teachers. And it's really a great way to connect.
Yeah, okay, let's get through the rest of this. Never participate in a school fundraiser. Yes, please, but why not?
Okay, all right. I am someone who fully believes that schools should be funded properly. And part of that is, well, let's face it, today we have a lot of fundraisers, but parents supplementing. And what the message that we're sending is actually, if you can't cover their music program, we're going to take care of it. But actually, it's a negative thing because we're showing them that we can do it without them when they should be providing the funds for all these programs.
Okay, let's do the last 2 quickly. Never prevent a child from making a mistake.
Listen, you're not going to like this, but let them forget their permission slips. Let them forget their lunch. Help them creative problem solve on their own.
This is my favorite. Never give a mug to a teacher. Why? You have too many?
I have so many mugs. But, the most meaningful gifts to me from my students are the ones that students take the time and actually write a meaningful note or a thank you. And those are priceless.
Okay. Starbucks card's not bad either, though.
True.
Ms. Salguero, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Chanel, over to you.
That was great. Note to self, I'll put back that mug. All right, I am here with Calvin Eng in the restaurant industry for 10 years. He is the chef owner of Bonnie's in Brooklyn, and he has 5 tips on what he'd never do while cooking at home. So let's dig in. First, you say, start cooking with a full dishwasher. I'm guilty.
Yeah, so I always love to clean as I go.
Okay.
So the first thing I do before I start prepping or cooking is to ensure my dishwasher is clean and ready to go. So that way when I'm working, I could work directly into the dishwasher.
You just put everything in there as you
Yeah,
go.
exactly. So I load up like dirty pots, pans, plates, utensils, like you name it. And then when I'm done, cooking, like my dishes are also
I
done.
love that.
All I have to do is pop in a dish pod, hit start, and we're chilling.
Not a messy cook. That's smart.
Exactly.
All right, so the next one you say you would never let your knives go dull.
Yes, I always say a dull knife is way more dangerous than a sharp knife because it requires much more force to like slice and dice, and that's how knives slip, and that's how accidents happen.
Because you're working so hard to get.
Yeah, exactly. You want the knife to do the work.
That's interesting. Okay, this next one is a good one. You say you would never start cooking without a garbage station. What do you mean?
Shout out Rachel Ray for this tip back in the day. So I always like to have a little garbage bowl on my workstation so that way I could peel right into it or have scraps going right into it because you don't want to be bending over constantly into the trash can. It's bad for your back, and also you don't want to risk dropping what you're working on into the trash. So it's always nice to just be able to work right on the counter.
There's like a neat theme while you cook here that I see. Okay, so the next one is forget to steady your cutting board.
Yeah, this is a big one because this is just as dangerous as like a dull knife. You don't want your cutting board slipping and sliding all over the counter, so you want to stabilize and secure that, and you do that by just putting a damp paper towel right beneath the cutting board, and that'll help secure it from sliding around while you're working.
A damp paper towel?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
interesting. All right, last but not least, you wouldn't freeze your food. This is a good one. Freeze your food before labeling it.
Yes, I always label and date everything because I live by FIFO, which is first in, first out.
That's good.
And by doing that, you know exactly what you have in the freezer and the fridge at all times, and nothing goes bad because you're able to use the oldest product first.
And you're not pulling something out of the freezer and you have no idea
Exactly.
what it is.
Because once it's frozen, oftentimes you can't even tell what it is anymore.
Exactly. Calvin, thank you.
Of course, thank you.
All right, Tom, what's our third and final expert?
All right, Chanel, thanks for that. We've got Audra Forden here. She's the founder of the nonprofit Women Ought to Know. She's a fourth-generation auto shop owner of Great Bear Auto Repair in Flushing, New York. And she's sharing the 5 things she'd never do to her own car. Audra, good morning. Thanks for being on today. So my first question, I do this all the time. I don't know why. If I were a mechanic, I should never kick the tires?
Right, of course. Kicking the tires, when tires first came onto the cars, they were weak rubber. So if you kick the tires, you would actually be able to see the quality of that tire. Today, the tires are like the shoes on your feet. They are your car's first line of defense on the road. So I would never neglect doing tire rotation because it's so easy to do and it will maximize the lifespan of the tire. With that, I would also take a look at the sidewall and the tread of the tire. The tread is what rides on the ground. That's what grips the ground. And the sidewall is the weakest part of the tire, where all of that information is. If you see any bulges, tears, or cracks, I would never neglect that because that is a potential blowout waiting to happen.
Yeah, and all tires are almost smart tires now, too. Okay, so smart. Okay, you never would drive with bad wiper blades. Talk to me about this one.
Well, you know, visibility, you need to see when you're driving. And if your visibility is obstructed in any way, well, that affects the way you're driving. That's how accidents happen. Wiper blades are easy to replace, they're inexpensive, and an important safety factor that I would never skip.
Okay, the next one is putting fluids in the wrong place. And I always sort of have a heart attack every time I go to a gas station, making sure I don't put diesel into my car. How do you make sure that you don't put the wrong fluids, oil, water, anything else?
Take a look at the dashboard lights. There are fluid icons on the dashboard. In order to make sure that you never make this mistake, use your owner's manual as a reference.
Okay.
And then you'll see that on the dashboard, that icon has a matching reservoir underneath the hood.
Okay.
Different manufacturers have different icons. So again, using your manual, and then keeping in mind there's a construction saying that says measure twice, cut once. In our case, it is check the fluid twice before pouring it in.
Okay, and this one was one that I learned about from you. You never need to ignore the red or the yellow lights on the dashboard, and the lights actually, the colors signify something.
Of course, just like the stoplight that's on the road, there's red, yellow, and green. Yeah. For example, that red brake light is letting you know that there is a potential breakdown or mechanical failure that's going to happen with your car. So I would never ignore those red lights. The yellow lights are typically triggered by maintenance, something that you're not in immediate danger for. But again, those red lights don't have to be a mechanical problem. It could be something like your seatbelt letting you know, driver, be aware, something dangerous could potentially happen.
And finally, this one's kind of surprising. People try to save money. They buy their own parts and they go to the mechanic, but as a real mechanic, you say never bring in your own parts.
Well, there's a few reasons that you never want to bring in your own parts. One is that you actually lose the guarantee for the parts that you're putting into that car. So you're putting the liability on yourself. And the second thing is oftentimes people are like self-diagnosing their car, going to the store, buying the parts themselves, only to find out that it was misdiagnosed in the first place by yourself. And then you wasted your time, you wasted your money.
Right.
So I would never neglect that. I would always bring my car to a shop to be checked out.
Okay, Audra, thanks so much. Those are great tips right there.
Welcome back, everybody. Today is Ash Wednesday, marking the beginning of Lent for many Christians around the world, and it is the reason that Mark Wahlberg is with us this morning. In addition to being an actor, a producer, and an entrepreneur, he is also a guest narrator and paid spokesperson for the Catholic prayer app called Hallow. And this Lenten season, Mark is leading listeners in inspiring lessons on the practice of fasting. Mark, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I love when you're here and we get to talk about this side of you because I think it's not one that people may know about. Talk to me about what you're doing with this fasting, because most people think of fasting and they think not eating.
Yes.
Giving up eating. But fasting can be a spiritual practice. Tell me about it.
Yes, I mean, there are many different elements to fasting. And I think the important thing to understand is if you have issues with food, there are other things. God knows the things that he wants you to detach from. You know, we all know those things that are make us feel guilty, don't make us feel as good as we should. So being able to detach from those things and focus on, good habits as opposed to bad habits. So there are challenges for fasting. Like today, I won't have any meat. I'll have one meal today, and I'll do that every Friday throughout Lent and Good Friday. But just challenging people to be better versions of themselves.
It's interesting because I was telling you before, I grew up in a faith background, but not Catholic, so I have never given up something for Lent. Yeah. This year I did. Now, because I'm not a good Catholic, I thought it was last week, so I actually started last Wednesday.
Well, so you got a head start on
overachieving, yes, but
That's
I decided I gave up Instagram just because I thought, you know what, I'd like to use the time I might be just scrolling to be doing something else more reflective and thoughtful. And I found Lent to be interesting because it doesn't have to mean deprivation. It can just mean choosing something else that serves you and connects you to your faith and your community better.
Yes, and ultimately, I just think it gives me, discipline has always been important for me in life. Once I started getting into movies and transitioned from music, I realized I needed a lot of discipline in my life, and that discipline has afforded me so many other things, and I've been rewarded for it so much, and I want to share that with people. So whether that's with fasting, working out more, detaching from other things, and just spending more time with God in prayer or in thoughtful reflection, and those things are important, so.
Your faith means so much to you. Have you always talked about it, or did you feel at some point like, okay, I have a platform here and I just want to share this part of my journey?
I have. It's a balance. I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's an even bigger sin. It's not popular in my industry, but I cannot deny my faith. It's important for me to share that with people, but I have friends from all walks of life and all different types of faiths and religions. So, it's important to respect and honor them as well.
Yeah. What does it mean to you, your faith?
Oh, it's everything. It really has. It's afforded me so many things. Obviously, God didn't come to save the saints. He came to save the sinners. We've all had things and issues in our lives, and we want to be better versions of ourselves. And through focusing my faith, it's allowed me to do that. And I know a lot of people have been challenged with COVID and everything else. I mean, I was away from people and church and community and connection for a long time. But, with people who are wearing masks and who want to, stay away from each other, we want to bring people together.
Community is a big part of a faith practice, actually. much. Absolutely.
And the world affords you a lot of comfort, but we're not made for comfort. We're made for greatness. And in order to be greatness, we got to be in the fight to get the rewards.
Well, I've checked out the app. It's really, it's a great way to jumpstart your own reflections. Now, here you are on a morning show. Most of our guests who come on, I apologize. I say, I'm sorry about these hours. But you wake up, do you still wake up at 2:30 in the morning?
So again, if
Have you been slacking till 4?
You know what? Today I woke up at 4:30. It really depends, but today's not a workout day for me, and I just came from not the West Coast, but the Midwest, and so it really depends. I definitely have to get 8 hours, and like winning the morning, getting up early, all of these things can be challenges that you can put for yourself, and those are again between you and God. So challenging yourself to get up a little earlier, have some reflection time, and get after it. If you got a head start, like you said, you started a week early.
Yeah.
You're so far ahead right now.
Well, I have to do my best. I mean, the only reason I even announced that I'm quitting Instagram is so that I would be accountable to it.
Yes.
Because then if I get back on, everybody's going to know and be waiting for me.
It's the same thing with me. I can't wait to really get into a health kick and I'm known for being healthy, but like I'm looking forward to now reconnecting with people, going back to Mass regularly. It's exciting. I woke up today like I would feel like the same enthusiasm for Christmas when I was a kid.
It feels good when you know you're walking on the path you're meant to. By the way, you moved to Nevada.
Yes.
Tell me about that. The whole fam, everybody?
Yep.
Yeah?
The kids pursuing their interests. My daughter in her equestrian life, my son as hopefully a future professional golfer. My other son now is a junior. My daughter is in college. We needed to change.
4 teenagers.
That is scary.
What is happening with the 4 teens? And how do you talk to them about faith? Like, how do you? I always wondered this.
I do. I just don't. Again, I don't force it on them either. Like before, it was like, all right, everybody's got to be in Catholic school. We got to go to Mass every Sunday. But that can also, create some resentment. I want them to gravitate towards it in a very natural way.
Yeah.
I want them to understand that Dad has to start his day by getting on his hands and his knees. And no matter where I am, the priority on Sunday is to go to church. Yeah. So to be able to do those things and then just see them, hopefully they'll say, well, there's got to be something there, and let them do it on their own.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I always say, like, I'll introduce and then let God do the rest.
Yeah, well, my parents made us go to church, and they didn't even go with us. They just said, okay, you guys got to go. We'd walk down, we'd get a missalette, and we'd go to the park, or we'd go to the train and go somewhere else and then come home.
There's a better way.
Yes.
Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really nice to have you here. And we should mention the Pray 40 Lent Challenge is on the Hallow app. It's available now if you want to check it out.
right, we are back at 8:44 with today's style. The quest for a good hair day can be an expensive game of trial and error, but luckily, the folks at Harper's Bazaar have done the legal work, the legwork, legal too, for us, putting together a list of tried and true products for their annual hair awards. So here to walk us through some of the winners, we have beauty director Jenna Rosenstein. Jenna, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So I was reading all about this morning. You guys really do your homework. Hundreds of products for this, 19 winners.
Yes, we test everything, and these products are the award winners because they feature skincare ingredients borrowed from skincare to make your hair the healthiest it's ever been.
All right, everybody, listen up, men and women. First, we start with problem solving. First, dryness, frizziness, all of that stuff. What do we have?
Yes, dryness and frizziness all too common as we get into warmer months. This pattern hair mask is amazing. This is from Tracy Ellis Ross. This is her
I haven't tried her mask.
Oh, they're incredible.
I love her products.
This has rice water in it, so it makes your hair really healthy, and it's so much more powerful than anything you could DIY at home.
Really? And then you just rinse it out after?
Yep, rinse it out. It makes your hair healthy, smooth, shiny. It's great for curls.
Nice. Okay, what's this next one?
And this is from JVN. This is Jonathan Van Ness from Queer Eye. You might know Jonathan.
Yes.
This is the Blowout Styling Milk. This is incredible because it has a 99% reduction in frizz when you use it. If you're doing an at-home blowout, this is all you need. Get rid of those creams and oils. You just need one product.
And no matter where you live in the country, there's always some kind of weather that turns it into a frizz monster.
We're having crazy weather right now.
I love that. All right, so the next two products. This is important. If you are struggling with thinning hair, you're trying to find drops and all sorts of stuff. What have you found?
Yes, I am struggling with thinning hair. So it can
Do you have
be
a baby?
anything. I did.
It happens. It happens.
Yes, there's anything that, from diet to illness to postpartum. My son likes to rip my hair out from the root. These are the products that I really, really.
Oh, look at that. That was worth losing your hair.
I know, he's really cute. Look at him. But
Cutie.
yes, if you're going to switch your shampoo, you have to switch to this. This is Kerastase Genesis.
Okay.
It's proven to reduce shedding in the shower and breakage from when you're brushing your hair. It's incredible and it's totally worth it. Healthy hair starts at the scalp, but I say it starts in the shower. You need to switch your shampoo.
Good, and easy enough. Just do it in the morning. All right, what about
and this is a thickening hairspray. So of course, most hairsprays will just make your hair look thicker. This actually makes it thicker. So it has biotin in it. So as you're using it every time you spray, it makes your hair stronger and more resilient. Your styling product should work harder for you, and this is one you have to try.
That's a very good point. If you're going to use stuff, it might as well, help your hair.
Exactly.
All right, and what's this next category?
So this is we have to do with dullness and damage.
Okay.
So this is incredible. First of all, these products are amazing because they work so fast. So this is Amika's The Cure mask. It's great because you put it in, you can do it as a leave-in or you can do it as a mask.
Okay.
And it works in just 60 seconds.
Really? And what do you find when you're finished?
Your hair is totally rejuvenated. Soft, it's shiny, it's so much healthier. This is the one product you need if you're dealing with damage. You have to try this, especially if you're a busy mom.
Okay.
This is the one product.
And this is interesting. Color gloss up, especially if your color gets dull.
Yes. Have you used a gloss before?
No.
Oh, glosses are really cool. They're kind of like a baby version of hair dye. It won't totally cover your grays, but it just adds vibrance and radiance to your hair. You can leave this in for 2 minutes to 10 minutes. Totally customizable based on what you want, but it makes your hair just really vibrant and shiny.
Your hair is vibrant, and I'm
thank
not
you.
just saying that.
I did use a gloss.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm about to be a fan of the gloss. Bianca, are you watching? Okay, and then last but not least, what is this category?
Yeah, so this is for scalp irritation. Scalp irritation is something so many people deal with, and it can be so annoying to have a dry, itchy, flaky scalp. Dry shampoos, while we love them, can exacerbate the problem. This is different. This is Shaz and Kicks Rice and Chai Refresh Spray. It contains rice water, organic chai, and a really cool ingredient borrowed from skincare called glycolic acid. So it helps with product buildup on your scalp, breaks it up, makes your scalp healthy and shiny so your hair can grow.
For men and women.
Exactly, for
and all
everyone.
these products are so reasonably priced too. Good
Yes.
stuff. Jenna, thank you so much. All of your work, it was worth it.
Thank
okay,
you.
You can find more on all of these products on our website, today.com/shop.
let's look at what we shot with our digital cameras out here. This is fun to meet the Aronson family. They're from Rockland, California. Jacob met Jean and Lori from Florida. They are celebrating their 30th anniversary. Look at that. And Mr. Roker bringing a little sunshine to the Heron Fingers morning on a winter break from Syracuse.
Yeah, I saw them when I was walking in this morning. They got here nice and early, so
I love
it's really
that.
nice meeting those folks. Okay, let's go to our Today Tables series. This morning, an elevated twist on a classic childhood dish. It's a cozy recipe that's got a surprise ingredient that kids and kids at heart are going to love. Joining us, chef and TV host Elena Besser. Always good to see you, Elena.
Always good to be here.
Don't forget, you can scan the QR code below, get all the ingredients you'll need with just one click. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, Al.
So this is not your average mac and cheese. You got a lot of different stuff in here.
There are some really fun ingredients, and we're actually throwing it back to my first segment where I made 3 dishes with sweet potatoes. And we're using sweet potatoes here today to make a sweet potato mac and cheese with a little bit of miso paste. That's our secret ingredient. And listen, I'm a fan of the microwave. I'll be honest. Sometimes you got to use it, and if you're in a pinch and you don't want to turn the oven on and wait an hour to bake your sweet potato, all you got to do is take your sweet potato, poke some holes in it, take a damp paper towel, roll it on up, give it a little, tuck it into bed, pop it into the microwave, and microwave it for about 8 to 10 minutes, depending on how thick that sweet potato is, and you're left with a perfectly cooked sweet potato.
And it peels easily.
And it peels easily. It's a great little
8 to 10
snack.
minutes. Pro tip, baby.
Right?
Okay.
When I was in college, I used to eat sweet potatoes as a snack all the time, and it's a wonder I ended up in the food world. Okay, here we go. So we're going to chop these up, give them a nice rough chop. Those are going to end up in our sauce later on, but we got to build the foundation of our sauce. So a good mac and cheese typically starts with a roux, but today, instead of using flour, we're using miso paste.
Now, what is miso?
Okay, miso paste is a fermented soybean paste, and it gives you all of that bold, umami-rich flavor. Yes, it's the foundation of any miso soup, and it is one of my favorite ingredients to just add that depth to whatever you're making. So this is butter, a little bit of brown sugar. You're going to add in that miso paste, and then you're going to add in some milk, give it a nice whisk, and that's going to be our flavor booster and our thickening agent. So you're going to keep whisking that around.
Whisk.
Once it's all done, you can either use an immersion blender right in the sauce, or you could pop it into a high-speed blender if you want. We got our sweet potato. That will go in as well. And then, shield yourself. And pop that on, blend it up. Okay, we've got some more butter here.
More
One
butter.
of my favorite toppers, a little panko breadcrumb. This is a Japanese-style breadcrumb.
But then what's
and
this?
some white sesame seeds. Add that on in there. Yeah, for a little nuttiness. And we're going to give it a good old-fashioned
Who doesn't like a little
stir.
nuttiness?
Yeah, we love that. And it's going to get nice and golden and give us a little extra texture and dimension. Yeah, a little crunchy.
Okay, we got
so
that.
those are all done. And then we're going to take our shells because I love an adult
So
mac
these
and
are already
cheese.
cooked?
No, these are already cooked. We're popping them into that sauce. We're going to give them a good old-fashioned stir. And then you know my favorite ingredient, Al. Pasta water.
A little pasta water.
So we add in some of that pasta water, and that has all those starches from the pasta, which is going to make sure that the sauce sticks to the noodle.
Okay, and then you let it cook down
And you let it cook down a little, let it thicken up, and here we go. We've got our miso sweet potato mac and cheese.
And you top it with some of the breadcrumbs?
Top it with those breadcrumbs, give it a little bit of cheese.
Wait.
So it doesn't have as much cheese in it. There is a little bit of cheese that gets mixed in, but it's nice because the sweet potato is making you feel like you're enjoying all this cheese, but you're having sweet potato.
There was suddenly an uprising going on over there.
we're like, what?
Well, how's it taste?
Delicious.
We can't see.
I'm so happy.
really good.
Would the kids eat this?
I mean,
yes.
You're like, you never know.
Suddenly we lost you.
Exactly. Well,
Put it in the
it's
box.
like tater
It's
tots,
sweet.
you know?
Yeah,
it's
it
delicious.
has a nice little sweetness. That brown sugar really brings out all the different flavors.
That's terrific.
It really is.
Thanks,
Oh, my
everyone.
God.
I'm happy you like it.
I really do.
Elena, once again, thanks so much.
Thank
we
you
really
for
appreciate
having
it.
me.
Don't forget, you can buy all the ingredients for this recipe by scanning that QR code, or you can just head to today.com/what-to-cook-this-week. Also, we will have to mention Today earns a commission from purchases. We'd like you to stick around because Elena's going to be coming back in the third hour with another quick and easy pasta dish. But first, your local news and an all-important weather all coming up. Don't go away. This morning on the third hour of Today, winter's wrath. An historic storm on the move. Blizzard warnings stretching across much of the country. Wind, ice, and up to 2 feet of snow, while the South is dealing with record February heat, and we're going to track all of it. Plus, in our series Family Style, I'm going to visit a Harlem staple that's been around for generations.
Every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me.
Meet the family carrying on a fantastically delicious tradition and the special place this restaurant holds in our nation's history. And they're a design dream team, Nate Berkus and Jeremiah Brent, filling us in on the return of their hit home decor show. Today, Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Al. Our cousin Jacob Soboroff is here this morning. You know we love a good celebration here on the third hour. And so I'm so delighted to tell you that today is National Margarita Day.
Cheers.
Yes, and we have some here.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers to you. Do you drink
Cheers, Al.
margaritas? Do you like margaritas?
Do I drink margaritas?
Does Jacob
Does the sun come up in the morning?
Come on.
Like, you know, zen.
Oops.
Oh, well,
Okay.
now.
Well, maybe not. Maybe I've had one already.
Obviously, you started early.
I've had one already.
That's
you guys,
funny.
you know what pairs perfectly with margaritas?
What's that?
The beach. And our pal, Sam Brock, as the assignment of the day, he is live in Miami Beach. Sam, it is February 22nd. I don't know if you noticed. We are talking
not
about
fair.
record heat, yes, across the South. What's going on down there?
Oh, I noticed. By the way, guys, cheers. National Margarita Day.
man.
You didn't think I was going to let you down. I'm going to put this down for a second.
Okay.
And I'm very happy that you're still calling me a friend right now because this is straight up a thirst trap at the moment.
A thirst trap.
Look at this. All right, so it's 70-something degrees, 75 maybe. It's going to be like 80 or so today in Miami Beach. And beautiful weather. The beach right here, the actual water temperature is about 77 degrees, which is a couple degrees warmer than normal. But this is typical for South Florida this time of the year. What is not typical is what we're seeing in places like Orlando, which is expected to hit 90 degrees, as Jacob points out, on February 22nd. It's not typical that in Louisiana, Mardi Gras is going on right now. You know, it was Fat Tuesday a couple of days ago, and they're looking at temperatures, guys, in the 80s, which is 15 to 20 degrees higher than normal for this time of the year. So everyone, perhaps in the South, is feeling like they're in a party kind of mood because it's not seasonally appropriate. We are still in the end of winter, and it very much feels like summer right now in Florida and throughout a whole span of the South.
I wish I could just jump through the TV right now. I hear we will be breaking a few records in the coming days.
So we talked, Chanel, about Orlando. If Orlando gets to 90 degrees, this would be the first time that's happened in February since 1962. You also have Washington, D.C., which is projected to hit 80 degrees today. If that happens in February, it's only occurred 3 times in modern history, and 2 of them are in the 1930s and the 1940s. I could just list off cities right now that are projected to break records. Raleigh and Charlotte in North Carolina are both expected to hit somewhere in the mid-80s. They would both be reaching new ground there, as well as Birmingham, Alabama, Richmond, Virginia. You're talking about a section of the country that goes from Louisiana all the way to the Carolinas and D.C. So enjoy the warm weather while it lasts, guys.
And we really appreciate, Sam, that Kerry Sanders bequeathed you his shorts and the whole walking into the water.
Oh, look at that.
There it is.
That is a Kerry Sanders tribute if I ever saw one.
Okay.
Sam, have a good swim, buddy.
Yeah, and could you go get a turtle and release that into the wild?
A dolphin, too, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Save a dolphin, mouth to mouth, and then call us back.
yet.
Oh, that's the tequila talking.
Sure.
All right, Sam, thank you. All right, let's head from Miami Beach to Minneapolis, separated by about 1,700 miles and 60 degrees. Drink of choice, probably hot chocolate, because there's a monster storm that could bring some record snowfall. Miami native Gabe Gutierrez.
Oh, not even right.
That's
So
right.
unfair.
That's it. So, Gabe, Gabe, you must feel pretty good about Sam getting the assignment.
He's wearing shorts, too, right, Gabe?
Hey, guys. All right. I'd like to file a complaint here. I'm watching Sam, and something's just not right here. I mean, yes, I am from Miami, and somehow I got this assignment. And no, guys, as we zoom out, I am not wearing shorts. Good for Sam. I'm a huge fan that he got this assignment. But just look at how much snow is falling overnight, guys. This is the first wave. We're expecting to get a second wave of snow later on today with some intense winds. And now you've been reporting on this throughout the morning. Potentially record-breaking snow here in Minneapolis. And of course, this is an area that is used to wicked weather, but they may be looking at one of their top 5 largest snowfalls here when it's all said and done. The National Weather Service warning of impossible travel conditions later on today. And overnight, we saw some intense weather in other parts of the country. In California, there were high winds that knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of people. Travel conditions are already treacherous in parts of the Pacific Northwest, also Montana, North Dakota. And yes, as I mentioned, all this snow here. And you know, guys, it may be National Margarita Day. The only thing I'm having out here is probably a frozen margarita. And yes, maybe a hot toddy, some
They're
hot chocolate.
equally delicious, Kate. Don't worry.
But, you know, it is a serious condition out here. The governor here has, issued executive orders here, and it's expected to get much worse later on today. But again, I'll throw it back to you guys, and I got to chat with Sam about how this all worked out.
I know Gabe mentioned earlier that the National Weather Service there in Minneapolis has said near impossible travel conditions. So make sure you check with your local NBC station. They're going to have all your latest weather because this literally stretches coast to coast.
And I will say, sometimes when you live in an area like Minneapolis, you think, oh, okay,
I'm used to it.
We do snow. We're used to it.
No, they get this. The last time they had a snowstorm like this, 2010, was back in 2010. So going to be kind of interesting.
Be safe, guys.
So be careful. All right. Well, all that snow makes for a pretty picture. Do you ever take weather pics?
Oh, absolutely.
You probably do.
All the time.
All right. Well, these days we all reach for our cell phones whenever we want to snap a photo. But here's what we're talking about today. Apparently, there is a growing throwback trend. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is here to tell us more. I used to have one. I'm like,
remember when you had a phone and a camera?
Exactly.
So back when these came out, they were a big deal, right?
Sure.
And they had 12 megapixels, and everyone was like, wow, that's so cool.
Best camera ever.
Now you can get an iPhone 14. You want to know how many it has?
How many?
48.
Wow.
But these are all the rage among the Gen Zers. It is the new must-have accessory.
Now that smartphones have been engineered to take perfect photos, Gen Z has other ideas.
Can I take all my pictures on this?
Blurry, grainy, and blown-out snaps are all the rage. It's no longer cool to be in focus. These digital point-and-shoot cameras are just the kind of low-tech influencers are looking for.
To my surprise, this actually works, and I just took this photo that looks kind of sickening that I need to post on Instagram.
Hashtag digital camera is exploding. The trendsetters buying them now had their baby pictures taken with them 2 decades ago.
This is an era, isn't it?
This
represents an era.
This is the era before everyone started using their phone.
At K&M Camera in Manhattan, they can't keep digital cameras on the shelf.
Do you have people coming in here, kids coming in here looking for these?
I mean, this is what everyone wants. I mean, we buy, seriously, probably 100 of these a week and sell almost all of them.
Really?
24-year-old Kaylee Sakamoto says her grandmother gave her an old camera.
Why do you use it?
It's kind of nice to just have a different aesthetic choice, and it's instead of filters and everything, it just comes like that. You don't know how it's going to turn out.
Do you like that it feels kind of old?
Yeah, it's nice, and it's also a step away from being on your phone all the time.
We tried one out in the neighborhood, comparing it to photos taken with an iPhone 13. As you can see, a much softer feel. And it's not just old digital either. Film is making a comeback as well. At Tuttle Cameras in Long Beach, the owner says film sales have recently tripled, with demand for vintage cameras skyrocketing during the pandemic. And for those who can't afford to get a new old camera, there's a hack. Retrofitting the latest iPhone to take the new old-looking photos. Gen Z has done this kind of thing before with low-rise jeans and tracksuits.
This is iconic. This is such a slay.
Wireless headphones have been ditched for wires. Just don't tell them that making everything old new again is actually nothing new.
That's funny. That's cute. So fun.
Sure, we've got a few examples of some of these old phones. You know what's also making a comeback? The Polaroid.
Yes.
I took this wonderful snap of you guys before the show.
Of us drinking margaritas. Wait,
that's
check
right.
it out.
Which you're still drinking, by the way. And I do not have one. So way to treat your guests.
We'll get you one.
Yeah, on Margarita Day.
It's interesting. I have one of these. Had one of these in my drawer. Leela, my Gen Z, took it back to Paris with her.
Wow. So here's a little thing. This camera costs as much today as it did 20 years ago because they've become that popular.
They're the best.
That's crazy.
So
my first digital camera, 1997. It was a Sony Mavica. It didn't even have an SD card. What it had was a floppy disk that you put in, and it would take like 24 pictures on it. 24 pictures. And
like a real floppy disk.
Yeah, and then you take the floppy disk out and put it in your computer, and that's how you got to see
because
your
your
pictures.
computer had a floppy disk reader.
Drive.
Drive.
They don't have any. There you go.
That's good stuff.
Oh my gosh, I love that stuff.
Someone get her a margarita now?
That's
Thank you,
right.
Steph.
Well, while we do, we've got not just one, but two Stephs.
Hey.
We've got Stephanie Ruhle standing by on deck to help us pump up our credit scores and tell us what we absolutely should not do. And then in our latest Family Style, we're going to pay a visit to a restaurant that holds a special place in New York City history, especially when it comes to civil rights, when we meet the family behind Sylvia's. Third hour today. We'll be right back.
This morning in our series On the Money, we are talking about an incredibly important number, your credit score. Listen to this. According to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, nearly 20 million Americans right now are what we consider credit invisible, meaning they don't have any credit or have unscorable reports. So let's talk about it this morning. We have Stephanie Ruhle here this morning, our NBC's senior business analyst. You always make vegetables yummy.
This one's really
it's so important.
It's really, really important.
So let's first just, I know it sounds simple, but what is a credit score?
Okay, it is basically a measure of how good you are at borrowing money. It's
Okay.
what potential lenders look at to say, should I loan Chanel money and what should the terms be? It's put together by, do you have credit cards, right? Do you have loans? How much debt do you have out there? And what your repayment history is. So those potential lenders can decide how much they want to lend you and at what rate.
So then when we said 20 million Americans either have, bad credit or unscorable, what does that even mean? Do they just not have anything that they've ever borrowed?
That's exactly it. They've never borrowed. They're not officially on the books for
I see.
anything. And you need to start building that so you have a history.
Okay.
Now, people hear about a credit report. A credit score and a credit report are linked, but they're different. That score is changing all the time, but that report, that's an expansive report that really looks about your spending history.
Okay.
So, Steph, why does the credit score matter, and how does it affect you financially?
Okay, so lots of people say, well, it doesn't matter. I can go out and get a credit card. Look closely at that credit card. Look at what the terms are, because that credit score, it ranges from 350 to 800, 800 being the highest. And the closer you are to 800, the more doors open for you, meaning you get better terms on a loan. Or, we talk about credit cards that have perks, cash back, miles. The better your credit score, the more those kind of perks are going to be available to you.
And does it also affect the kind of rate you would get on a mortgage?
Absolutely. On a mortgage, on a car loan, they want to know how good you are paying back loans in the past. That's how they decide what they want to do for you going forward.
Okay.
Steph, I thought I knew the answer to this one, but I had a margarita and I forgot.
Don't blame them.
How do you improve your credit score?
Okay, here's the thing. This is something everyone can work on. You got to know what you owe. So that credit report, normally you can get it once a year. Now, because of a COVID provision, you can get it every week for the rest of the year. You got to figure out what your financial picture is. Can you start paying down some of your debt? If you have credit available to you, let's say $10,000, only use 30% of that.
Okay.
So $3,000. And if you really have a lot of debt out there, really consider debt consolidation, right? You don't want to have all those credit cards. You don't want to be opening new credit cards or closing any. You want to be slow and steady.
I know we'll go over here, but I noticed some of these credit card companies now in your online portal will show you what your credit score is, and you can check it out firsthand. This is about if you don't have any credit, how do you build your credit?
Okay, this is exactly what Chanel was talking about in the beginning, people who are unscorable. You need to start building your credit, right? So you want to have ongoing loans that you are paying. Start with a starter credit card. You can get one if you're a student, if you're fresh out of school. That's usually no annual fee. And you can start to say, I'm going to pay a bill every month on this automated. So I'm going to start to show a track
Always
record.
pay it in full.
Yeah. If you can, right? The last thing I want you to do is say, oh my gosh, I got a credit card. Let me overspend.
Yeah.
Overspend, you're going to get hit with so many fees and so much interest that's going to hurt you now. But in the future, when you want to go buy a house in 5 and 10 years.
Are different things count differently to your credit score?
Absolutely, right? For example, if you're doing buy now, pay later services, they don't really help. You want to have these ongoing, recurring bills that you're showing and you're paying every single month. That's a nice look. That's how you build your credit.
It's important. I think some people think they shouldn't so that they don't get into credit trouble, but they need to.
Start small, right? Don't put everything on that credit card and then you're out of luck. Start small so they go, hey now.
I can't be overdrawn. I still have checks.
Hey now, the one, the only, Stephanie Ruhle. Thanks, Steph.
Thank you, Steph.
Good to see you guys. For these and more money tips anytime, go to today.com/onthemoney.
All right, well, coming up, the family behind an iconic New York City restaurant with a rich history. They welcome me into their kitchen to make some of the famous fried chicken they are known for. Then later, we're going to catch up with Nate Berkus and Jeremiah Brent. And what's their relationship to Jacob Soboroff?
Whoa, stick around for that one.
That's right, Third Down Today. We'll be right back. This morning in our series Family Style, we're visiting an iconic Harlem restaurant with ties to the civil rights movement. The legendary Sylvia's brought Southern soul food to New York more than 60 years ago. I got to catch up with the latest generation that's still serving the community today.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary Queen of Soul Food, Sylvia Woods. Originally from South Carolina, Sylvia moved to New York during the Great Migration to escape the atrocities of the Jim Crow South.
If you were black, you know, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, which she eventually purchased from the owner. Her restaurant becoming a prominent place in the community as the civil rights movement took hold in New York City.
My grandmother, she played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. You know, these are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
Sylvia's strong commitment to social justice continues to this day. The restaurant welcoming congressmen, mayors, even presidents.
One of the reasons why politicians flock to Sylvia's is because this is where the community is. We have guests that eat with us every single day.
And it's this food that keeps locals and tourists alike coming back for decades. Trinessa's little brother, Marcus Woods, has been the executive chef for 5 years.
Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. So we used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning.
So I helped Marcus whip up the next batch.
Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it.
After the chicken is coated, into the deep fryer.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like, I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me, every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You gotta pick up the pace.
And oh yes, time for a taste.
That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm going to pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you.
Sounds cute. Sounds good.
I met Marcus when he was 5 years old.
Really?
Yeah. So now here he is running the kitchen. And so it's so great seeing him and Trinessa.
Absolutely.
You were in that restaurant. It's all family that's running that restaurant. And in the full family-style episode, we're going to visit Dookie Chase's in New Orleans, which famously defied segregation laws in Louisiana. And we're going to share the story behind one of the oldest black-owned restaurants in California. You probably know this one.
Pie Queen?
Lois the Pie Queen.
I've never been there.
Yeah, it's amazing. So Family Style airs today at 10:30 a.m. Eastern on our streaming channel, Today All Day on Peacock or your smart TV.
That was really good.
The only disappointment is we didn't get any fried chicken.
I was going to say, you didn't bring any back.
Could have gone with the margarita.
Let's go. We got to get up there.
All right, coming up next, Nate Berkus and Jeremiah Brin are here live to talk about their hit show, home design, and family, including an interesting connection to our friend Jacob.
We are really building this up.
I know, right? Like, don't disappoint me. Besides the great hair, there's got to be something else. And then later, some straight talk about our phones, how they could be ruining our posture, and what we can all do about it. We'll be right back.
Nothing. All right, guys, this morning we are catching up with interior design power couple Nate Berkus and Jeremiah Brent.
The two have brought their home styling to the TV screen for years, and they are back with the newest season of their HGTV series, The Nate and Jeremiah Home Project.
It's like TV heaven for me. In each episode, they help families create a space that reflects who they are.
I don't know if I belong in this space right now.
No, we do.
Oh my gosh, look at this table. It's perfect.
It's great.
Right? Yeah.
It's great for a young
Really
family.
neat.
This material is like, I mean, this table could go outside.
Yeah.
So that's how durable it is.
It's impermeable.
The kids can't wreck this.
This is so cool.
This room used to be your everything room. Now it's the grown-up dining room you wanted.
With all their stuff. Oops, I'm asking
Where is
questions.
all their stuff?
Sorry,
So many questions.
I'm asking questions because I do. I watch that. I'm like, where's all the stuff?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning. Good morning.
We're going to get into the
Okay,
personal
fine.
details in a minute,
Fine.
but can I ask you about the show?
Yeah.
So these are people's lives. How do you make sure that when you're doing these home renovation projects, people are actually going to like what you're doing?
Well, listen, there's always a little bit of risk, and I have been doing this for so many years that I don't have that panic moment, but I look at his eyes every moment before reveal, and he's like, they're going to hate it.
I'm in an adult diaper the entire experience. It stresses me out because it's every bit of money that they've saved. It's every memory they've ever had. So I think, there's no real algorithm for making it a success, but we listen and we care about the people we get to do it with, and that's really what's guided us throughout the whole thing.
I can only imagine the time and the patience that it takes. What about for you guys and the dynamic for you being a couple and then working together? I mean, that's a lot. It's a thing.
Yes, let's hear you answer this.
I don't know what you're referring
it's the
to.
gift that keeps on giving.
No, you know what? It's funny. It is challenging sometimes to work together for 14 hours and then go home and raise the kids and make sure dinner's on the
You
table.
talk about it when you get home?
Always.
Yeah, we do. I mean, but the thing is too is that it's not. We come first as a couple. Our family comes first always. And so we're lucky that we get to spend all day together because I wouldn't want to be away from him for 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
I don't, that doesn't sound fun to me.
It's the perfect
That was
idea.
like the sweetest thing ever.
I love
really
that.
like each other.
Yeah.
Can you tell there's real love here?
Yes.
Well, this is obviously a family affair. So Nate, could you explain the family connection between yourself
yes.
and Jacob Soborow?
Yes. So Jacob's grandparents and my grandparents were brother and sister.
They owned a deli, guys.
Yeah.
They owned a deli in Minneapolis, Minnesota together. Yeah. That's it. The Boulevard Dell.
There it is.
Explains so much.
I never went. You went. I never went.
Well,
I was
you never
1
went
year
because you
old
were
when my grandfather died. Yeah.
Exactly, and you were raised in California, so my grandparents took it over when your grandfather died with your grandma.
Exactly.
And I was afraid of the meat slicer. I remember they had a safe in the floor, and I always used to ask them to show it to me. But we would go every Sunday.
My mom would babysit Nate when he was, 3 years old or something like that?
Yeah. Well, fun fact, his mother, Patty, his sister Molly had a baby whose name is Nathan. So he's the new Nathan.
Yeah, he is.
And his mother posted this picture of her pushing Nathan in a stroller saying, the first for everything or whatever. And I was like, I was the first Nathan.
It's so true.
The original. Don't forget that.
Awesome. Well, you guys have good genes. You're both zen and healthy and all the
I told you, I take Propitias with the let's go back to the show. This is making me have a rash talking about our personal lives.
Let's dig in more on you.
I've got a rash. How do you make sure people are doing this on their own and saving money while they're doing it, Jared?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, I think the first thing about that I think separates our show from a lot of others is that we tell people's stories through their things, and we get to know them through their things. And the first and the biggest part of the process is editing. So many times you look around the room and you've got a house full of things that don't actually represent who you are anymore in your life. And so that is where we start. And you'd be surprised with how liberating it is when you come back into your space and all that noise is cleared out.
So purging the stuff that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, and also move your stuff around. I mean, it's free.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that we do is we take a full accounting of everything that has meaning for these couples and these families that we work with. And so when we do that, obviously things drop out, and then we revisit things in a new way. We'll break up the dining room sideboard and use it as an entry table with a mirror over it. So, everyone's asking, well, how do I save money and live beautifully? The first thing is clean your house. And the second is look at all your stuff and we shift stuff in our house from room to room.
I love it. It's like shopping in your own
I did it
room.
yesterday.
Exactly.
We're almost out of time really quickly. How are your kids? Do they understand that you guys are
the
rock
cutest
stars?
kids on planet Earth.
How old are they?
They're 7 and 4, soon to be 5 and 8, and they are perfect.
And I heard they like design, one of them, right?
They both have very clear opinions.
Look at them.
And Poppy's got better style than us both
They're
combined.
the most stylish children on planet
That's your fine one to talk about.
Yeah, exactly, please. Your kid looks like an ad.
I love the family talk.
Can I say, sorry, I know we got to go, but I have to thank both of them, especially Nate. When I first was getting started out in this business, he took me out to lunch here in New York. He told me exactly what to do. I followed his instructions exactly.
And now look at you.
And now I get to hang out with you guys every day.
But this is the first time I think I've ever seen you
I know,
sweat.
you're nervous.
It's like, I need Craig Melvin's powder puff. Somebody bring it in.
It says margarita.
Nate, you have to come back and co-host or something. All you guys have to do.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
I think it would be hilarious.
You guys will do a family show or something. Nate,
Love you guys.
Jeremiah,
Thank you for being here.
Love you
Love
guys.
seeing you.
Well, the new season of the Nate and Jeremiah Home Project premieres tonight on HGTV.
TV.
All right, so when we come back, grab a chair because we're going to show you some simple exercises to help us correct our posture, especially if you're stuck at a desk all day. Then later, how's this sound? Pasta night.
Yeah.
We're cooking a cozy, meaty Italian meal that you can whip up in no time as the third hour of Today comes back.
Good stuff. Oh, look at this
Fun.
love.
That's great. But I am sweating. I'm like, look.
This morning and start today, we are not trying to work up a sweat. This time we are focusing on exercises to help correct our pasta. Our
pasta.
That's the next segment. Whoa! Yikes!
To correct all of the pasta we've been eating.
After hours of being sober, I'm like, this pasta there, laptops and phones.
Sorry.
There's some easy exercises. Sorry, doctor.
Did you know we're professionals,
Easy
actually?
exercises
See,
to
you
do at
were
home.
worried about me?
So here today we have board-certified clinical specialist in orthopedic physical therapy, Dr. Karina Wu. Good morning to you.
Morning. Good morning.
I will not look at the pasta when I sit in this chair.
Okay.
So the first one we're talking about is tech neck.
Text neck.
Text neck.
Text
Yes.
neck.
Oh, I thought it was from when you're on technology too often, your neck hurts.
Well, both.
No.
You can call
so
it
it
either.
is kind of that.
Same
yes.
thing.
So how do you
She always
remedy
wants to
that?
call things what she wants to call them.
No, exactly.
First things first is you want to put the phone in the correct place.
Okay.
So most oftentimes people hold their phone down here. It's not good for your neck. It causes
Okay.
that pain. So you want to place the phone up towards eye level, but don't put your arms out because it will tire your arms.
Okay.
So you tuck your elbows in at your side and just relaxed, comfortable position. Hold the phone here. And then the next part is place your head back in space over your torso. Because for every inch forward your head sits over your torso, it increases the load in your neck by 10 pounds.
Does it make a difference? People are adjusting for their eyesight.
Yes, I know. I'm over 40, so yes.
Yeah.
You want to put it in this general vicinity, but you know, if you
So
need
what you
to
say
do
so
this
for
on
every
occasion.
what was that?
For every inch
Like
forward,
this.
your head sits in front of your torso. It increases the load by 10 pounds in your neck.
That's
what
interesting.
causes the neck pain because all the muscles are straining.
Okay, so talking about alignment, head
So-
alignment.
So
for
head
posture.
alignment, one of the exercises we give is pigeon neck. So you're pulling the head back in space.
Like that, yeah.
This is when you're looking like, see?
Are you-
I knew that was going to come out. Are you putting your head back in space? And then you also want to place it there and just keep it there because oftentimes we are forward headed.
It's kind of choking me while I'm doing have my tie on.
Okay,
Are you
so you're
supposed to
not
do
wanna-
this?
You don't want to cut off your blood.
Oh, that's
Seriously,
good.
you're supposed to do that
Okay.
throughout the day?
Yes. So you want to correct that. So then what we want to do is we want to correct our posture. So
Okay.
let's go
I
ahead
do.
and take a seat.
Oh.
and
Yeah,
I'll
how
show
about
you
so
some
for hunching
exercises.
forward? If you
Yes.
like, I'm a huncher.
Me too.
Everyone is forward headed, forward shoulder.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
want to correct it.
Okay.
I like to do some mobility first.
Okay.
So we're going to do shoulder rows, nice, easy shoulder rows. So really squeeze the shoulders up, squeeze back, and really pull them down.
That feels good.
You might
Yes.
feel things clicking, popping, but this helps loosen up the muscles for the next exercise,
Okay.
which is going to be scapular squeezes or shoulder blade squeezes. So
Okay.
arms up at 90-90. You're going to really squeeze your shoulder blades back and then let them go.
Oh.
So this exercise is to turn the muscles on in between the shoulder blades. That helps position the shoulder blades on your torso.
Chanel's
Because
flexible.
your forward
You're
bend.
flexible.
Oh, look, and the control room.
Oh, look at the control room.
Very
You
nice.
see that?
Look, everyone's
Allie,
doing
keep
it.
going.
I love that. How often should we do this? Like,
You
should
can
we
do
it
these several times a day,
several
5
times
to
a
8
day?
reps. You're not turning into an exercise session. This is for correction of your posture.
And what about core strength? I feel like that could
Core
be part of
strength?
it.
Yes, that's another part. But let's get moving into the spine extension because poor posture is a forward and down position.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go up and back. So clasp your hands behind your head.
Yep.
Elbows are
I don't know if
wide,
I can do
head's
that.
resting in your hands.
Yep.
And then just go ahead and backward bend. So this is a great exercise because it really exactly opens up the front of you and then it corrects that forward and down posture by bringing your body
And you know
back
who's been sweating.
and up.
We're all sweating.
I can see in the armpits, yes.
Okay.
So that's
Well, Nate and
the
Jer were on. You know?
spine correction.
Okay.
And then after that, we're going to do a nice big chest stretch. So arms forward, palms together, bend your hands backwards. So bend at the wrist, sweep your arms straight back, really open up your chest, pull those shoulder blades back, pull the fingertips back, bend forward the hands, and then bring the arms straight back.
That one feels great.
This is a great stretch because it really stretches your chest muscles, your arm muscles, all the way down to the palm, and it tensions the nerve, so it gets everything from the chest all the way down to the fingertips.
That feels
it's a
really
really
good.
important stretch.
Dr. Wu, you are awesome.
Dr.
This
Wu,
is
you are
awesome.
good. And anybody can do this, right?
Anybody can do
we
this.
We can all sit in a chair.
There is one more if you want to do it.
Yeah, sure.
Real quick.
Okay, we're
Let's
out
do
of
a
time,
seated
really quickly.
seated cat cow. So feet hip width or shoulder width apart, hands resting on the knees, and then just tuck your tailbone under and round your spine. This is the only time we let you do that. And then tuck your tailbone out and arch.
Dr.
So
Wu,
back
thank
and
you
forth.
so much.
Thanks, Dr. Wu.
And by the way, if you want to see these moves again, you can check them out at today.com/start today.
Well, coming up next, our pal Elena Besser is going to correct our pasta.
Pasta.
If you have 30 minutes, you can whip up a fantastic
God.
weeknight meal. Bend and stretch, reach for the stars.
Is that a song?
There goes Jupiter, there goes Mars.
The rights people are calling now.
Yeah, it used to be when one of the kids.
This morning in our Today Table series, we are making a cozy pasta dish that is perfect for a winter weeknight dinner. And the best part is you can whip this up in just 30 minutes. So here to show us how is one of our favorites, Elena Besser, chef and TV host. And by the way, if you want to cook along with us, just scan that QR code on the screen. Good morning to you.
Good morning, my friend.
Smells good.
Are you ready
Smells
for
so
some
good.
more pasta?
Oh, yeah.
Pasta.
We got meat in this one.
We sure do. And we're starting off with one of my favorite kitchen tricks, which is Italian sausage. We are sauteing this with a little vegetable masher, which is wild, but one of the things that I love to do to make sure that I'm breaking up that sausage in the pot so that it can be in little bite-sized pieces. And we are mixing it all up. And if you're getting the sweet and Italian and spicy Italian sausage in advance and taking them out of the casings, it already has a ton of flavor added to it from the spices and garlic and things. So we're just flavor packing that. Okay. The next thing you're going to want to do if you don't have a potato masher and it's not breaking up large enough is you'll pick up those sausage bits, give them a bit of a rough chop.
Cup it up a little bit.
And you're good to go.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so this is going to hang out on the side. That's building all of our flavor. We've rendered some of that delicious pork fat, and we're using that to toast up some pine nuts.
Oh, so the same fat from
the same fat. This is all
pork fat.
We want this whole thing to happen in one pot.
Okay.
I don't like doing dishes.
No.
You know, it's just not a good time.
So some pine nuts. You want to make sure they don't
Pine nuts,
burn.
exactly. We don't want them to burn. We're going to cook them for about 2 to 3 minutes.
And what did you just put in?
I just added in some finely chopped up lemon. Right? It's going to add some amazing bright lemony essence and flavor. So with the richness that we have going on here with the sausage, it's going to balance everything out beautifully.
Okay.
Next up, we have an ingredient that, you know, it could be controversial. Not a lot of people love fennel. It seems
I'm not crazy about the fennel.
The anise flavor, that licorice flavor, can be a little bit polarizing, but let me tell you, once you saute it down, it mellows out, it adds a really nice richness, and it's like the sassy sister of an onion.
The sassy sister.
That's what I like.
But you have to kind of cook it down a little, or
yeah,
no?
you cook it down, you saute it down, we're chopping it just like you would chop up an onion, giving it a nice dice, and then you're going to add it to that pot.
And you've got some onion there, too.
Exactly.
What's in the pot?
Onion.
Butter?
We got garlic, a little butter.
Butter.
We always need a little bit of butter.
Of course you do, Elena.
You know, you got to do it. And so that is going to saute down until it's nice and fragrant and the onion is translucent.
Okay, here we
and
go.
then
This is
we're
so good.
coming
Come on,
back
get in
to
there.
our sausage experience.
Okay.
So we're going to add
The sausage experience.
It's the sausage experience.
I like
So
that.
that is a formal roll.
And we're going to add that right back into the pot.
Okay.
Our pasta separately has been cooking up until
Right.
it's al
Mr.
dente.
Rover.
This pasta shape is called pockery. It's rigatoni without the lines.
I love this.
Could you use any
Right?
pasta if you want?
Any pasta
Yeah.
you want.
This is
I
really
prefer
good.
a pasta that has a tube so that it can catch all that delicious flavor. Pop that pasta in there, Al.
Okay. And your secret ingredient.
Pasta water, you know it. That's going to create a luscious, creamy sauce without any extra ingredients. And then last but certainly not least, we got to brighten it up. So we're going to add a little
lemon?
bit
A little more lemon.
of lemon.
Okay.
Yes, so the juice is going to add that brightness. Those little lemon bits that we've added earlier are going to add a little more of that lemon oil and essence. Top it off with those pine nuts, the lemon.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Fennel fronds, which are on the top of a fennel, so you don't have to buy extra
I like that little
herbs.
garnish.
It's a fun
Yeah.
little unexpected garnish.
I
Don't
like that.
throw
It's
those fronds
fun.
away.
Elena, this tastes like something out of a fine restaurant.
Thank you,
This is
Chanel.
like
That's
fine
Fabulous.
dining.
I think you should bottle pasta water and sell it.
I agree. What should we call it?
Elena's
Pasta
pasta
water.
water.
Pasta water, yeah.
Done.
That's
Thank
good.
you, Elena.
go.
This is
Thank you.
fantastic. This is worth
my
it to
gosh.
make at home. You can buy all of the ingredients, which makes it so simple for this recipe at home by scanning that QR code or head to today.com/what to cook this week. Ooh, I like that.
And you're right about the fennel.
You like it
It's-
now?
No.
Oh,
I do like it,
It's not a
Sam.
strong taste.
thank you guys.
We should mention today earns a commission from the purchases.
Sam
I do like it, Sam. I am. This is really good.
See you later. We'll be back.
Could you with a fox? Could you in a box?
So good. Oh my God. This has been so great. As part of our Discover Black Heritage series, we are spotlighting local heroes making a difference in their communities. So starting with Michelle Ashton from Washington, D.C. She is the founder of Digital Pioneers Academy, D.C.'s first and only computer science-focused middle and high school. Look at this picture. Driven by her own experiences as a student, Michelle wanted to create a school where everyone feels known, loved, and respected. The school's mission is to develop the next generation of innovators. So well done,
Absolutely.
Michelle.
Love
Beautiful.
that. All right, next, we've got Katina Davis from Mississippi. She is the founder of Wear It Well Incorporated, a nonprofit that provides programs and resources to folks battling life-altering illnesses. Katina started the organization in honor of her late grandma, who taught her the importance of compassion and lending a helping hand. Wear It Well provides many services like workplace training, medical payment assistance. So we thank you for that,
Great
Katina.
job,
Yeah, thanks to both of them. Thanks to both of them. Guys, tomorrow coming up in the third hour today, we are catching up with members of two very famous families, Ella Blue Travolta and Sailor Brinkley Cook.
All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, you're going to be hanging out with Jenna, chatting about this with the star of Creed 3 and the new Ant-Man movie, Jonathan Majors. Who's
Nice. I'm going to try to
both.
keep my eyelashes today.
Today, Jonathan Majors is here. The A-list actor is busier than ever with two big Hollywood blockbusters. Plus, we'll be treated to a performance by R&B and soul sensation Ledisi. And country star Kelsea Ballerini opening up about the end of her marriage and what ultimately led to her divorce. It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hi, everybody. It's Wednesday. It's February 22nd. And looky who's here.
Good morning. Can I be your substitute teacher
You
another day?
sure can.
Okay. How are you?
We've made it halfway through the week.
I know.
Don't
It
you
feels like a Wednesday.
Is that a good thing?
Well, it just feels like midweek. I'm not ready for it to be Friday, but you know.
Well, I was in your neck of the woods. Philadelphia.
Oh, you were in Philly yesterday for the book event.
Yes.
How was it?
It was so much fun. We had a really incredible conversation with Mame author Jess George.
You know, I will tell you this, Jenna. First of all, a lot of people watch this show. I had so many messages yesterday about this interview. So many people ordering the book.
Oh, good.
I think sometimes, first of all, a lot of us have books piled up and we want to read. We just haven't had a chance to read them. You guys just sold it. So the story just transcended.
You're gonna love this book
Really?
too. You've got to read
so
it.
many things that I think people can relate to about that. So kudos to you.
We had so much fun, but I took the train this
To
morning.
Philly?
The event was late last night.
Oh,
I took the train this
back
morning.
from Philly to New York this morning?
Yes. And you know
Okay.
those feelings where you're.
Is that I woke up like this? Is that this video?
That it was 9:16 at that moment.
This morning? Oh, you were that
9:16.
late?
That was 45 minutes ago.
What happened?
Well, the train continued to get delayed and delayed and delayed, and I was like, uh-oh. Should I get out? Should I get out in Newark and take a Uber? What should I do? And I just
What did you
sat.
do?
Well, I just thought about my girl Hoda. And you know what she's doing?
What is she doing?
She's rolling with it.
You know what? That's fair.
I thought, what's the worst thing that's going to
You know
happen?
what? You're right. So instead of freaking out, you just. And you made it.
I just had a sip of my coffee. I listened to some Taylor Swift,
All right.
and here I am.
Well, I'm glad you made it this morning.
Thank you.
'Cause I don't know what we'd do without you.
Well, you'd be sitting there probably with Jacob Soboroff.
Probably losing. Did you know he and Nate Berkus are cousins?
I do, because Nate Berkus' daughter and my daughter are good pals.
I can't with
the
you
two
guys.
puppies. I know.
It's like the best looking family I've ever seen. I was like, if you're like weird, they just like hide you under
They're
the
all
table.
handsome.
They're all like handsome. They've got like Pantene hair. Like,
No, I know.
they-
Jeremiah, Nate's husband, is very handsome
They're just,
too.
it's just the handsome trio.
So since we're speaking about beauty things, I didn't know that you broke the internet yesterday.
I mean, can I tell you guys something? I haven't looked.
Me neither. I'm not on
one of your
Instagram
producers
right now.
Well, I can't. I'm not ready.
Well, okay, here's what happened, y'all. For those that don't tune in every day, and you know what? I met a couple Man fans last night. It seems people do tune in.
They do tune in.
During the show, I looked over. It was your right eye, so farthest from me. Okay,
let me see.
You can't tell, Davey.
Oh, yes, when I close my eyes.
No.
Why did y'all let me do
Wait,
this
no,
for so
stop
long?
for a second,
It looks
y'all.
like I'm winking.
You guys, y'all are zeroing in on her. You can't really tell.
Jenna Bush Hager.
So I let it be. I stand by this.
Okay. Wait, it's like a blinds, like hanging off the rod.
You guys keep going to the one moment. Listen, this is my rule.
Okay.
Okay. I was going to tell you at the commercial break. We were almost there.
Yeah.
And my friend Davey screamed out, Chanel!
Our floor director.
Your eyelash! Then I think the internet, one viewer wrote, Jenna, you should have told her. The whole world was watching. I wanted to tell her. I was screaming from my sofa, Jenna, tell her! I noticed it immediately, but I think Jenna was. This is another.
Oh, this is another
person.
one. Is this Team Jenna?
I believe so.
Okay, let's read it.
Another lovely person said, I noticed it immediately, but I think Jenna was kind to wait for the break. We all survived.
So I went downstairs after the show yesterday. All of the security guards were blowing up everybody. They don't, they're like, somebody help Chanel upstairs. I checked my phone. My sister in Florida.
What?
Like, I have had more texts about my lash than like if we were talking about world peace.
Wait, okay, but can we just say the lash has gone so far that it has led us to start a new segment called Girl Code.
No way.
Girl Code.
No way.
So I'm just gonna give you my rules really quickly.
Okay.
If your underwear is tucked into a skirt, if you can see any sort of private part, like in this region or this one.
Any flesh,
or if...
What if like kale's in my teeth?
Or if you have toilet paper, it's an immediate stop. It's an immediate stop.
So like while we're talking,
I'm like,
You'd help me.
If it's something as small as a little kale in a tooth, an eyelash, something stained on you, which I have right now every day.
It's relatable.
You let it go until it's a quiet moment. You let it go till you have your girl alone.
I wish you guys could well, you will talk back. Trust me, I'm sure you're talking to me now. So here's the thing. I brought it up to Savannah this morning, and I didn't tell her what you did. I just told her, I said, hey, did you hear my lash was hanging off? Apparently the internet heard it, that my lash was hanging off. And she goes, were you talking to Jenna? And I said, yeah. And Savannah goes, I hope she didn't say anything in the moment. Plot thickens. And I was like, no, she didn't. Maybe that's why you guys have a thing.
Because you got to let it flow. And when it's a quiet moment, you let it flow. You let the conversation go. And then you say, okay, but let's read some girl code questions.
Okay.
First one. Your best friend asks you if you like her new haircut. You don't. Do you tell her?
That's tough because it's a cut.
I say absolutely not, y'all. What can she do about the cut?
Wait, Jenna, seriously?
You tell somebody you don't like their cut, and then what can she do about it? It's already cut.
Well, but now if I ask you something, I'm not going to know if you're telling me the truth.
You got me, okay? But here's the deal. Anything that's already...
Now I'm like looking at my tight shutter. My lashes
You look pretty.
Oh, my God. This morning... Debbie Bell, my lashes are glued to the gods today. I mean, like, they will not move. Like, my whole face is going to come off. Anyway, go ahead.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
If it's something that cannot be changed, for example, your eyelash, and maybe you're different than I am. I couldn't have put that eyelash back on. You don't have the glue in the middle of the segment. You wait till you can.
Okay.
Next one.
Okay.
After 5 years of dating, can you date your best friend's ex?
Ooh.
Wait, 5 years?
5 years. I know people
After
who
5 years of being broken up,
yeah.
you date them.
I know people who, I say no. Are you dating? Wait.
I don't know. I'm married.
Well, he didn't date anybody. You guys were like 10 when you met.
No,
so.
I'm not saying in my current relationship, but if that's the love of your life,
okay?
5 years? Okay, it depends if the person has moved on.
Yeah, but sometimes. Oh, I wish I could hear you talk back. Tell us.
Okay,
so you say yes.
I say only if your best friend is married or something, right?
Okay. She's like, I love your haircut and your boyfriend. All right, you're out to dinner. You're out to dinner, and your friend asks you to go to the bathroom, but you're having fun. You don't want to go to the bathroom. Do you have to go?
Yes, you do. You never let a girl go to the bathroom by herself.
I agree.
You never let a girl go to the bathroom by herself. You get your friend and you go to that bathroom together.
I agree. So, true story. 2 weekends ago, for the first time in like 15 years, my husband and I went on a date. And we went with, like, it was a friend's birthday party. We're all, like, for the first time ever. Yeah. Like, a decade. We're at the club. We're dancing.
You're at the club?
Crazy. I don't even know who I am. So we're at this club. And then the girl, who I don't even know, but she's like another mom, she went to the bathroom. And I, like, stopped on the dance floor. And when I followed her. And then she came out. She's like, you followed me. And she, like, hugged me. She's like, you're a real one. Like, that's because that's even now at 40, almost 5. Yes.
You go with your friend to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And
Don't
you
tell her
date
you like
her
her
ex.
haircut.
And you date her ex.
Exactly.
Okay, so
that was good.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad your eyelash is intact. So last week, Kelsea Ballerini, she released a short film and an album called Rolling Up the Mat. Okay. It features songs that all document her breakup from country singer Morgan Evans. First of all, we love her here.
Yeah, she is.
And now she's opening up about her divorce in an episode of the podcast Call Her Daddy. Okay. Let's take a listen.
I didn't want to have a wedding.
Why?
I swore I would never get married. I think he loved me more at 23. And I love me more at 29.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense. Here's the thing about marriage. You have to grow together.
You do change. I think I underestimated how much you change in a relationship. We both got married in our 20s.
Yes.
We've both been married for about 15 years.
Yes.
When did you see it shift? Like, wait a minute, this is work. I'm changing.
I mean, I think from the very beginning I knew that it was going to be work, which is, I don't know what that means.
Wise.
But I knew, the first year of marriage, living with somebody for the first time, I remember being very difficult.
It's a shift. For me, it's like been a shift in the decades. And now, in our 40s.
How does it feel now?
It takes work. Like, we're good. We're both invested in it, but we've both changed. Like, he's like a health nut now, and I'm not.
Come on, you ate clean in 2019.
I know, darn it. Now I've had pasta and margaritas. It's today's National Margarita Day. But no, it just takes work. I think if both people are invested, it can work. But I think she's right. Like, you do change.
Yeah. I mean, you have grandparents that were together for how many years?
For 72 years.
And I had grandparents that were together for 73 years.
Right. So you aspire to that.
Yeah. My grandma always said, it's not 50-50. You have to each go, 70 each every day. You have to give as much as you can.
That's good.
To the other person.
Oh, you're wise. You're a good friend and a good wife.
I love ya. And I'm glad your eyelash made it to the new day.
Thanks for not telling me, I guess.
Thank you. Coming up next, Selena Gomez is making headlines.
Find out what's got the actress speaking out and more in our Celebrity Scoop. That's right after this.
Okay, it is time to get the scoop on all the hot Hollywood stars.
And no one has the celebrity scene covered quite like our pal, New York Live entertainment correspondent Joelle Gargiulo. Hello.
Hi, Joelle.
Hi, friends. How you doing?
Okay, we've got to talk about the hot movie with the strange name.
Okay. So Cocaine Bear from our sister company, Universal Pictures, that hits theaters on Friday. What I'm going to tell you about this movie is it is absolutely bonkers. That's the way that I'm describing it. You have to see this in a theater. It is such a fun experience.
To buy a ticket to Cocaine Bear?
Yes. No, listen to me. Yes. And here's the thing. The title, it kind of tells you everything you need to know
what
about
happens.
the movie, right?
Yes.
Cocaine Bear, a bear on cocaine. However, even crazier than that is the fact that this is loosely based on a true story. Did you know that?
I heard that, which I don't know
there was a bear that ingested some cocaine in the mountains after a drug smuggler dropped something from a plane. In reality, the bear died. So Elizabeth Banks, who directed this, she imagines what would have happened had
Got
the
it.
bear been on a bender.
And Joel,
bear on a bender.
and
There you go.
Joel, you got to speak with the cast?
Yeah, I spoke with the cast, including Elizabeth Banks, who directed it, and we talked about everything, how crazy the film is, what it was like for Elizabeth Banks to prove that a woman could direct a film like this, and also working with the late Ray Liotta.
Oh, that's true.
This is one of his final feature films, by the way. We have that bite.
Just gratitude, 100% gratitude. He came joyfully to set. He was a pro. He has a big heart, and he was beloved.
I think everyone was a little nervous to meet him just because he's such an icon. And I just think how down to earth he was, and just sitting in the makeup trailer with him, you know, that's one of the cool things of doing a movie. You all get ready in the same way, and you all sit there together in the morning, and he's just a cool guy, a really sensitive, cool guy.
Yeah,
Super sweet.
I also just want to make sure that I mention he's actually getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on Friday, which coincides with the film's release. I love Ray Liotta, one of my favorite actors of all time.
Okay, let's talk Selena Gomez.
Oh, I'm mad about this one, but I'm going to try to keep it classy and stick to the facts.
Okay, what's going on?
Okay, so this is the second time this year Selena Gomez has had to publicly address body shamers. So, you know, people making comments about her appearance. So first was after the Golden Globes. Second was recently. So she actually went live on TikTok and addressed all of this. So she says that her lupus medication causes her weight to fluctuate, saying, I tend to hold a lot of water weight, and that happens very normally. And then when I'm off, I tend to kind of lose weight. So then she stood her ground and also does what she does best. She just spreaded a little inspiration while she was at it, saying, I just want to say and encourage anyone out there who feels any sort of shame for exactly what you're going through when nobody knows the real story. You are beautiful and you are wonderful. Adding, not a model, never will be. Thanks for supporting me and understanding. And if not, go away, because honestly, I don't believe in shaming people for their body.
Good for her.
Let's so agree with her. She's lovely. Like lovely
she really
individual.
is, but also it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And there's so many people who can relate to that, who are taking all sorts of medications, teenagers who may be going through
But also, like, talk about her music, talk about her acting, talk about her makeup line, which is fabulous. Stop talking about the way that she looks.
Okay, we have 1 second to tell us about John Corbett.
Okay, John Corbett, yes. Okay, so we talked about it here, how he's coming back to the Sex and the City reboot.
Oh, yes,
okay,
yes.
So,
Aiden.
and just like that, season
He's
2.
my favorite.
Listen, if you are in New York City or coming to New York City, be on the lookout. They are filming everywhere. You see them right there. And guess what? Things are getting hot.
With Aiden.
But Aiden
Wait,
and
who
Carrie,
broke up with who on a Post-it note?
That was Berger.
That was,
Okay.
But we have a picture of them. Do we have the picture of them basically
I think we
making
saw
out on
that.
the
I think
streets
we
of
just
New York
saw
City?
that one. Yeah.
I'm happy for them. With me, like I know them and for real. But
There it is. There's the picture. There's the picture.
that's
So
good.
things are getting hot. Also, just want to point out, John Corbett is really having a moment right now. We just found out My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3 has gotten a release date, September 8th. There they are.
Thank
Filming
you.
in Greece.
Thank you, Joel. Coming up next, one of the hottest leading men in Hollywood right now, Jonathan Majors.
We'll talk about his 2 big movie roles, that viral magazine cover, and how he gets his swagger after this.
Now to a Hollywood actor who is on fire right now, starring in 2 major films, the new Ant-Man movie and Creed 3.
And have you seen this yet? We all have. He also recently graced the cover of Ebony magazine, and we are so happy that he's here with us now.
Jonathan Majors!
Wait, you look like that one.
Hello, how are you? How are you? Is it weird to walk past the cover of you on a magazine?
Right?
Not really.
I'm like,
Yeah, a little bit. Especially when it's that big. What's up, Queen?
especially with roses and.
Yeah, it's deep.
There you go. Welcome.
Yeah, we're so happy you're here. I sort of hope you don't watch this show because Hoda and I've spent a lot of time drooling.
Analyzing that cover.
Analyzing the cover of that magazine. When somebody calls to ask you to do something like that, what do you do to get ready for it?
What do I do?
Nothing.
Show up.
Just be nice.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You didn't have to do some extra crunches or anything, but you stay ready, don't you?
It's a lifestyle at this point.
Okay.
You know, you just kind of just go after it and live healthy and do your best.
When this hit my Instagram feed, I thought maybe I was the first to see it, but clearly not, because all of a sudden my phone was like, bzz, 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 bzz.
Yeah.
I have friends over at Ebony, and they were like, yes! Did you know when you were doing it that it was going to be this big of a groundswell?
No, nothing wrong with causing a ruckus.
Yeah, I love that. By the way,
that.
You say that there's nothing wrong with causing a ruckus. Is that sort of your motto for your career too, or no?
Yeah, I kind of keep it cool, and then there's a time for everything, and sometimes it's time to just, make some noise.
I love that.
So sometimes it's time to make a ruckus, and I also read that you say sometimes it's good to have a little swagger.
Swagger is subjective, but.
Well, I was just about to say, how do you teach swagger? Like, I've got 2 boys, and I feel like sometimes, especially when you're in the middle school age, it's an awkward phase. It's kind of hard. Did you always feel that, or no?
It's deep. Swagger's an interesting thing because it can't really be taught, and it's not what you think it is. If you try to do what's swaggy, you're gonna miss it.
Ooh.
You're gonna miss it. Swaggy is just behind swagger. You know what I mean?
How do you teach that? So you can't teach it.
You can't teach it.
But now, when you were,
because it's already there.
It's part of who you are.
It's like the force.
It was there all along.
It's within you.
No, but here's my question: when you were growing up, is it true that somebody said to you, "You don't have it"?
Not even growing up. I was a grown man when they said
And so
I was
how
like
do
your
you?
father. Yeah.
How do you listen to? You had a child. How do you listen to yourself and know that who you are is enough, and you don't need other people to define who you are to make you cool?
My mother told me that the whole time. I had a drama teacher said, you are enough. But you get to a point where it's like you have no other choice. When the stakes get high enough, you got to pick a team, and it's best to double down on yourself.
You know what? I'm happy you're talking about that, because I think a lot of people will see celebrities and they just assume you've always been this way, right? But this has been a journey. And now, this is your season, my friend. We've got Creed. We love Michael B. Jordan. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready to see both of y'all fight.
Well, it's deep. Mike and I, Michael B. Jordan and I have become close friends, and the fight is real.
Okay, well, we have to take a look because this has been a very hard movie to get a screener for, but we have a quick clip from Creed 3. Take a look.
I was the best, though. Yeah, you were. I was, bro. But I never got a chance to prove that. Look, all I'm saying, bro, if Apollo Creed could take a chance on some underdog, why can't you?
What? Wait, so this is the first time you're seeing this?
Yeah, I've not seen the movie. And so that's the most of that clip I've ever seen. I mean, I know the scene, obviously, but I've never.
Why haven't y'all seen it yet? Because it's.
Well, people have seen it.
Yeah.
Some folks have seen it, but I just.
Do you not want to look right now?
I never really. I don't have that desire.
Even when it's
you
out?
don't watch your own work.
No. I wouldn't look at the Ebony cover if I didn't bang my phone every 8 minutes.
So was it hard to train for this role? Listen, Michael B. Jordan is in, it goes without saying.
He's the man, yeah.
Right, and so are you. So did you have to train? I mean, what did you have to do to get ready to step into that ring?
First thing Mike said to me, or one of the first things he said was, I want 2 gladiators in the ring, And as we know, Mike also directed this film.
Yeah.
And so I take direction from my director like gospel. And that means something because I'm also a pastor. So you say it to me, I go, okay, you sure? And so we went for it, And so 3-a-day workouts, training, living a boxing lifestyle, for, I think I had that for a year and a half.
Wow.
Yeah. To the point that my boxing coach said at one point, we got to cut the cardio.
Really?
Like it's getting too real, let's cut the cardio,
When is the last time you had a piece of pizza?
Oh, yesterday. Me and Mike actually had a piece of pizza yesterday. Yeah.
Wait, So yeah, he's not
so
not
you're back.
refraining from
He's back.
eating. He's just working out. Okay, now, but so you just said your mom was a pastor. Is that right?
She is.
She is a pastor.
You are still, right? No, she is.
And so you said that she was sort of always believed in you and saw something in you.
Yeah.
Did you know you wanted to act from a really young age?
Well, I've been acting a crazy fool, my whole life.
Well, now you get paid for it.
And now we get paid for it, it's always been my, even if it wasn't my ambition, in the times in which it wasn't my ambition, it was always my drive. I was always pulled towards it, always felt the need to do it. It's the one thing that stuck with me. It's probably the only thing in my life that has stuck with me outside of my kid.
You studied.
Ooh, I've not thought of that before.
Oh, good. I like that we're getting deep. Welcome, Darshan.
Wow.
You just mentioned your daughter.
Yeah.
I read something really beautiful where you talk in your house about needs versus wants.
That's right.
That you want to make sure she knows how blessed she is, and you didn't necessarily grow up that way. How do you do that?
I mean, listen, I got lucky. My girl is just, she's just wicked.
How old is she?
9.
9. Oh, I have a 9-year-old.
And so, so you already know, like at that point, I mean, she's right in pocket. And she just watches, you look at something, you go, do I need that? Do I want it? And the need is going to help you move forward, and the want is going to make you think about, it's going to make you feel something,
Do you think she understands what Daddy is doing? I mean, you're everywhere now.
All she understands is that I'm in a movie with Paul Rudd.
Totally.
Yeah, with
She
Ant-Man.
likes Ant-Man?
That's all. I've never seen my daughter starstruck, and she said, "Nice to see you too," to Paul Rudd, and I lost my mind. I said, "What did you say?" Oh my God! Yeah, I was like, "Okay, all right."
Okay, well, we have much more with Jonathan Majors right after this.
So good.
So great. What grade is she in?
You're an Avenger. Have I killed you before?
What?
They all blur together after a while. You're not the one with the hammer.
That's Thor. We get confused a lot. Similar body types. Who are you?
Just a man who's lost a lot of time, like you. But we can help each other with that.
Ooh, that is Jonathan Majors in the new movie Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
He's also starring in the upcoming film Creed 3. He's a busy man.
We read that you said that you have different songs that can make women fall in love with you.
That is not what.
We're like, okay, let's hear it. Go.
I'm like, tell us the #1 song.
Oh no, it's not a matter of that. It's just a matter of like.
Do you ever make playlists for any people?
I make playlists all the time. If you have received a playlist from me, you already know what it is. You know, yeah, you know what it is.
How many playlists do you send around? Not many.
Not many. No,
So if you get it, you're special.
Music is important.
What does it start with?
Depends on the circumstance.
Now, if you were making a playlist for Chanel.
So like you were making me a mixtape back in the day.
If I was making a mixtape, I would probably put When Can I See You Again?
Oh, that's good.
Babyface, right?
Yeah.
I'd probably start with that.
I'm blushing.
Yeah.
Okay, are you in love now by any chance?
I'm always in love, I reckon.
Oh,
yeah.
I feel like that was a tricky answer.
And I gave the right answer.
And that was a tricky question.
Is there somebody at home like, he's talking about me?
Probably.
You said probably?
Maybe.
Jenna,
Maybe.
that means yes.
I know.
Otherwise, he would have said no.
But he also said, I'm still stuck where he tried to dedicate a song to you. I know I asked him.
Oh, my goodness.
I know I asked him. Okay, we're going to play now. We're going to play. We're going to play. We're going to play a game called Major or Minor.
All right.
This is crazy.
Welcome to our show.
I love it.
Okay, so we each have a paddle that says either major or minor. We're going to give you a prompt, Jonathan, and you're going to tell us if you're into it, it's major. If you're not, minor means you're not that into it. Okay.
Are you ready?
Ready?
Cool.
Here's the first one.
Okay.
Wow. Eating elk.
Eating elk?
Yeah.
Major?
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
It's quite good for you. It's high in thionine. Keep you cool.
High in thionide.
Yeah, same thing that's in matcha tea and green tea.
Are you drinking matcha right now in that beautiful little cup?
That's a flat white.
Oh, a flat white.
Yeah.
Also, this is like your thing. You're like a zen, healthy.
Gotta keep it cool.
Are you? Do you? But you grew up in Texas like I did. So do you miss Mexican food? Do you or not really? Major or minor?
Major.
Major.
That question wasn't in the prompter. Jenna went off script with that one.
Well, it's because I've got to talk about
improv. Little improv.
I've got to talk about queso at least once a week.
This
You
next
know what
one,
I mean?
don't
Queso.
know. What is this?
Oh, Panta boots.
What are Panta boots?
I don't know. Do you know what Panta boots are? Minor.
What's a Panta boot?
No disrespect.
Now those are cowboy pants.
Is that the kind where
That's a
it goes
different
all
thing.
Oh, in that case.
Yeah, that's major.
Yeah, make
now,
that work.
Those are cowboy boots into pants?
Pants into boots.
Now, I have a
Pants
question
boots.
because those are cowboy boots. Now, what if you showed up at somebody's house and they said, sorry, this is a no, you got to take your shoes off in here.
Oh.
Well, I would say I gotta go.
Okay, people who think cats are better than dogs.
How do I feel about those people?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta like the people, but in general.
Because you're a dog person?
I'm a dog person. Yeah.
All right. Well,
you're so
Jonathan,
good.
oh, wait, what? I mean, I didn't realize that everything we were asking had some sort of picture involved.
Like,
is that your dog?
That's Captain there.
Captain?
Yeah, that's my girl.
Oh, that's awesome.
I love that. You know what? Congratulations on this season for you. Men's Health, movies. You're a cool guy. You've got a girl at home watching the show. I mean,
Well, you've got your daughter at home. You got your love of your life, your daughter at home watching the show.
That was kind of the point. Yeah,
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Well,
Thank
and
you.
we talk about you all the time on the show.
Yeah.
We're such fans of yours.
I'm a fan of you all. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And y'all can catch Jonathan and Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumanium, which is out now, and Creed 3. It hits theaters nationwide March 3rd. Everybody's
I can't
waiting.
wait. Is it like a tie?
She doesn't want y'all to fight. She's having a really hard time.
Stay tuned.
boys.
Stay tuned.
Okay, fine. Up next, Grammy-winning soul sensation Ledisi performs her new single right after this.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
She's a Grammy winner and 14-time Grammy-nominated artist with a dozen albums to her unforgettable name, Ledisi.
She has been a powerhouse vocalist for more than 2 decades, and now she's out with a brand new single, and we are going to catch up with her in a moment. But first, performing I Need to Know, here is Ledisi.
The last time we tried to talk it out, you left me there, standing there on the stairs. And out of nowhere, this funny feeling started to come over me, baby. I just need to know how we've gotten to the point where we can't talk about things. We always used to find a way to figure out things. What you wanna do? 'Cause I can't keep going through this, 'cause I'm about to lose it. 'Cause it's all night, yeah. You got me up till daylight, trying to figure out if we're alright. Just tell me so. Something's wrong. Yeah. I need to know. You keep messing with my mind, telling me nothing is wrong with us, when your actions show something real different. It's like you're changing up. I don't know what to do, so I'm asking you. Nothing else left, and we let it go. Maybe we should try. Oh, I don't even know no more, but you can keep whatever this is. Oh, baby, but I can't keep going through this, 'cause I'm about to lose it. You got me up, hey, you got me up, thinking about you, can't get no sleep until daylight, toss and turn, trying to figure it out. Hey, I need to know. Oh, you've been acting strange. It don't feel the same. But I can't keep going through this, 'cause I'm about to lose it. Ooh. Yeah, I need to know. Yeah.
That was amazing. We are going to chat with Ledisi about her new music concert at Carnegie Hall. Wow. And the icons she's playing in a new movie. We talked about that. That's right after this.
That was incredible. This funny feeling started to come over me.
Can we just live there for a moment? That is singer-songwriter Ledisi, who just performed her brand new single. It's a beautiful song. It's called I Need to Know.
The Grammy winner is getting ready to head out on a cross-country tour and has a lot of other projects in the work as well. Now it's time to chat a little bit.
It's time to chat. And that song is just incredible. We know you're kind of showing up with a little cold and you performed. What is it like? Like, tell us how you get through things like that.
Well, you have to love it, first of all. Same way you get through early morning. Sometime you're like, I got to get up. I don't want to do it. But you do it because I love it. I love to sing. I love what I do.
First of all, that radiates from everything that you are. You can feel it. And there's something about that that must be so fun, that you're living your dream. Did you know when you wanted, like, do you remember when you knew you wanted to sing?
Yeah, watching my mother perform. She was a performer. My parents performed. I'm originally from New Orleans, raised in Oakland, California, and I just got to watch my mom perform, and I saw an audience response, and I knew, gosh, I want to do that for the rest of my life.
And now all
songwriting, everything,
it's
all
in
of it.
you. All these years later, you've received 14 Grammy nominations, but it wasn't until 2021 when you won your first award. One of our, I think a mutual friend, Bevy, says it gets great.
Bevy.
Right, Bevy Smith, it gets greater later.
Yes.
And you're living that, aren't you?
Yes, I mean, I'm becoming this. You know, after the Grammy nominations and finally winning a Grammy during a pandemic, I put out 3 projects on my own label.
But how did you keep going? Because you know you've done this 14 Grammy nominations, right? So you're like, okay, here we go again. But you kept creating.
Well, it's the people. And again, you have to love what you do. When I love what I do, it radiates, and people love hearing me. They love purchasing my music and supporting me at my shows, and now they're seeing me change elements and become an actress.
Yeah, that's...
and sing different styles of music, not just one way. So I'm really proud of the legacy that I'm building, and I couldn't have done it without the support. So it's the people that keep me going.
Speaking of acting, it's very cool because it is not new, but something you've taken on. You're about to play Gladys Knight on the big screen.
Yes, Spinning Gold, a wonderful movie that's coming out March 31st. I was able to portray the great Gladys Knight in it, and I'm really excited about it.
Have you seen it yet?
I've seen it. It's a wonderful film about Neil Bogart, who was the co-owner of Casablanca Records. So it's really great.
I can't
finding out about it. Yeah, you gotta see it. Oh my God,
there it is. So good. And you're also performing a tribute concert of Nina Simone's greatest hits at the famed Carnegie Hall.
Yes.
Tomorrow night.
Yes, I put out an album called Ledisi Sings Nina with the Metropole Orchestra, produced by myself and Rex Rideout and Jules Buckley. And I'm really excited about performing at Carnegie Hall, her music and celebrating her. It was nominated for a Grammy, and now for me, my Grammy is performing it at Carnegie Hall in New York City. I mean, that's huge. I saw there was only 30 tickets left, so hopefully
y'all better go get them right now. And it was just Nina's 90th
birthday. Yes, yesterday.
Would it have been 90?
She would have been 90 years old.
Isn't that
She's one of my,
amazing?
you know, she kicked down a lot of doors so that I can be me and fully and express myself in all kind of genres of music. So I'm grateful to her legacy too. So I'm just honoring her, and through that I get to be my full self.
I mean, you are so impressive, everything you're doing. And all of the mediums. We just are such fans of yours.
Thank you. I'm like, what's left?
I know.
Yeah, well, I'm on tour right now, the Soul to Soul tour with Kim and Music Soul Child.
Nice.
And I'm definitely coming back. We're doing Madison Square Garden April 28th.
Incredible.
So I hope to see people there. And
April
I'm
28th?
excited. April 28th. But we're on tour all around right now, 31 cities, Soul to Soul tour. And I'm taking this week to tribute Nina at Carnegie Hall. So I'm doing everything right now.
You're checking all the boxes.
That is incredible.
So
Thank you, Ledisi.
So Ledisi's single, I Need to Know, is out now, and don't miss her at Carnegie Hall.
You better get your tickets. They're probably sold out as we speak. And go see her on tour if you can't see her at Carnegie Hall. And we'll be back right after this.
Thanks for having me.
Take it easy.
And you know what? Your eyelash is still perfectly intact. Tomorrow we got Whitney Cummings.
Plus, 2 New York food stars whip up the perfect risotto.
You guys, it's Wednesday.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chases defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chases had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders: Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chases when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
Gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Hello. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dooky Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right, they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dooky Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said, "Food builds big bridges. If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes.
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were Black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's Restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. You know, people couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you. It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming home.
It's coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so. After a meal here,
yeah.
This is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus, is there in the kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years.
Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest, the second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head now.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken.
No, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby.
After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection.
Wow, that looks perfect.
Now you're a thigh person.
I am a thigh person.
Oh, I remember how good this is.
That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm going to pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen.
We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ain't here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, and Huey P. Newton come to the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting up pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country, whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're getting the scoop and diving into the history of America's beloved sweet shops. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're gonna learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. It's no coincidence that here at the Lexington Candy Shop, one of New York City's most iconic soda fountains, they serve ice cream from the city of brotherly love. It's Bassett's, the oldest ice cream company in America. In fact, Philadelphia is home to many early ice cream innovations. And at the Franklin Fountain, we've got two brothers who have recreated a turn-of-the-century fountain that celebrates Philadelphia's unique contribution to American ice cream history.
We're very proud to be called Soda Jerks.
In the heyday of soda fountains, being called a jerk was a good thing.
A soda jerk is someone that jerks the handle on the soda fountain.
We are the Burley Brothers.
I'm Ryan.
And I'm Eric Burley.
Welcome.
Come on in.
Stepping into the Franklin Fountain is like time traveling to a bygone era.
I've always felt a kinship for the turn of the century. It just feels like maybe I was there in a past life.
The Burley family originally purchasing this historic property in 2002, but they weren't sure what to do with the storefront until inspiration struck.
The building is really what inspired us to do what we do here. It was built around 1899, and the original tin ceiling remains as well as the penny tile floor. So we really thought that a soda fountain kind of looked right for the space. There's certainly a sense of awe and wonder, sort of a transport through the time machine when you walk in the door, and that was really intentional.
The brothers working for nearly 2 years to restore the space.
It is not for the faint of heart to restore any old building. It's a labor of love. And frankly, we wouldn't have it any other way. It's part of the handmade nature of everything that we do here.
The kitchen itself was a preservation element. restoring the motor on the buttercream machine, fixing the belts. You know, the restoration of the building wasn't just the facade, but it's also the back-of-house spaces.
They also embarked on a mission to recreate an authentic fountain experience.
We took a number of road trips, in part to learn about the ice cream business, and then we would always pair soda fountain tours with those. So visiting places in the American South, going down to New Orleans, going to Savannah, seeing these old-fashioned soda fountain places, interviewing the soda jerks, the pharmacists, and really learning the culture of the soda fountain was a big part of our research.
Today, while we may take the simple pleasure of eating an ice cream cone for granted, that wasn't always the case.
I'm Sarah Lohman. I'm a food historian, author, and ice cream expert.
Let's go back to when ice cream was a luxury, largely available to only the richest of Americans.
We don't think of these as expensive ingredients today, but ice and sugar historically were very rare, and so only the wealthiest people could afford them. So it was usually made in the home, and by home I mean a large grand estate, by people who had servants, and then eventually people who owned other people. We're talking about the enslaved. So you also needed that literal manpower to make it. That all begins to change in the 19th century as technology and supplies change.
Traditionally, European ice cream was made with a custard base that included eggs, but a simpler style emerged in Philadelphia.
I think Philadelphia is the most important city to ice cream history, maybe Pennsylvania as a whole, because we had the invention of Philadelphia-style ice cream by a black man.
Augustus Jackson, a black man who was a White House chef working under multiple presidents, including Andrew Jackson, is credited with advancing a new type of ice cream and method.
And he came up with an ice cream base that didn't use eggs, but was just as creamy and luscious, but could be made with less ingredients, made quicker, and he supposedly had really, really tasty flavors too.
A free man, he later moved back to his native Philadelphia to start his own business.
So he made it and sold it, but then he also sold it to other ice cream shops too, and became very famous and very wealthy for this new style of ice cream.
Jackson's contributions made ice cream more widely available to more consumers. Philadelphia is also home to the oldest ice cream company in America, Bassett's.
I'm Alex Bassett Strange. It was my great-great-great-grandfather that started this company all the way back in 1861. We're proud to be here today.
Bassett's was the first merchant to sign a lease in Philadelphia's historic Reading Terminal Market, and the family is still there serving up scoops today.
Bassett's ice cream is a 16.5% butterfat ice cream, and it's what's called a Philadelphia style, which means that it's made without any egg yolk.
Innovations to ice cream production, allowing more shops like Bassett's to open up in the early 1900s, and that ushered in a new type of meeting place where folks could socialize.
And then we also had ice cream saloons. Now, the name there is key. Saloon, means bar. And at this time, bars were places where only men could go, but ice cream saloons was one of the first public spaces that was socially acceptable for women to go to. So to have a public space was really meaningful to women. To have a space where you felt free, to have a space where you could safely flirt.
Soda fountains and parlors became even more popular and almost necessary during the 1920s.
When Prohibition hits and we ban the sale of alcohol, then there's really a need for these public spaces for people to gather and socialize outside of the home. And as we move into the soda fountain era, we have a lot of creativity in adding ice cream to different flavors of soda and making these incredible concoctions and sundaes. If you were a soda jerk at the turn of the century, you were kind of a local celebrity.
Today, the jerks in charge at Franklin Fountain are serving up nostalgia along with their vintage creations.
It's one of our newer soda syrups. It's made with real watermelon fruit. Come over here to our 1905 soda fountain.
That is really good. You know, I don't want to mess with that flavor too much, so I'll just go with vanilla. Vanilla ice cream just rounds everything out nice, plays nice at the playground. And the bean specks on the vanilla show that it's made with real vanilla, not vanillin. And that's an old Philadelphia tradition of having bean specks in their vanilla ice cream.
Franklin Fountain's menu focuses on classics, but they also bring back long-forgotten flavors. Summer hits,
like black walnut, that tend to be kind of bitter, but mixed with enough sweetness can be really unique and good. Other flavors like pawpaws, which are a native fruit here in North America.
while others misses.
A flavor that kind of bombed here, as an example, I'll tell you, was orange pineapple. Like, we really wanted to bring back orange pineapple as an ice cream, which was really popular at the turn of the century.
But the Burleys aren't just passionate about their flavors. They are working to keep a tasty tradition alive.
Our business has really enabled the preservation of a couple of historic buildings here on the block, and we hope that the fountain and the institution of the soda fountain continues and, you know, can be passed to succeeding generations of soda jerks.
Coming up, I visit a family-owned ice cream shop in Harlem and get a sweet surprise. Finish this sentence. Ice cream is...
Love.
Ice cream is not easy to make.
And scene. We're up here in Harlem, where the forecast is partly cloudy with a 100% chance of sprinkles. Why? Because we're outside Sugar Hill Creamery, where they're bringing the community together one scoop at a time. Let's check it out. Hey guys, nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
That's Nick and Petrushka Larson, husband and wife, and parents to Isla, Zadie, and Nico.
So let's talk ice cream.
They're also the owners of Harlem's Sugar Hill Creamery, which the couple opened in their beloved neighborhood in 2017.
We're gonna give you the scoop, Al.
Bam! For the couple, that bam moment came after meeting up with friends in DC for some premium scoops.
We had small batch delicious ice cream, and that is when it hit us that this was not an experience that we could have in our own neighborhood.
The realization that they couldn't do this in Harlem was the beginning of their sweet journey.
When Nick and I started dating, he always said he wanted to own a food establishment of some sort. And then this, moment in life kind of presented the opportunity.
Petrushka oversees the shop's marketing and business, while Nick, he develops their artisanal flavors, often looking to the neighborhood for inspiration.
The great thing about having a small shop, you see it in real time. Oh yeah, they don't like this, right? And our friends from Harlem, they are not shy to being like, yo, no, this is no good.
So your flavors are nods to Harlem.
Nods to Harlem, nods to our respective cultures as well. So I'm Black, African American, and from the Caribbean. And Nick is from the Midwest and was raised on a farm. We're channeling Harlem, we're channeling childhood memories, we're channeling the way that we were raised, what we were eating. I think this is the best example of channeling our neighborhood. So we have a flavor called Cafe Tuba. And where the first location is, it's like a few blocks from Little Senegal.
The flavor Café Touba uses coffee from Senegal.
We incorporate peanut brittle and Saline pepper brownies. So it's a bit of a twist on a classic, which we like to say we make, twists on classics and then other flavors that you wouldn't expect.
Many features of the Scoop Shop pay homage to Harlem, starting with the name.
Where we're sitting right now is a neighborhood that is adjacent to Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill is a neighborhood in Harlem that at the turn of the 20th century was the place where upwardly mobile Black people resided and came to, right? It was also the home of the Harlem Renaissance too. Many artists, activists were living here.
You talk about the history and homages to this neighborhood. Was there some thoughts about that historic ice cream shop, Thumford's?
Yes.
Just before opening Sugar Hill, Petrushka learned about an iconic Harlem institution, Thumford's.
Small group of octogenarian Harlemites that just happened to be at this conference, and they were like, hey, she's opening an happy ice cream shop. This is crazy. And you're like, oh my gosh, it's like Thumford.
Thumford's was in business from 1903 to 1983, located in the heart of Harlem at 125th and St. Nicholas. Unlike many early soda fountains, it catered to Black patrons, providing much more than food and ice cream.
It was the place that people went after, church on a date. And we didn't know about it when we decided to open the shop. But after we learned about it, before we opened the shop, we definitely channeled the history and spirit of that place here.
Sugar Hill's motto, "The sweet life is a love affair between community and food." And it also has a historical meaning.
The Sweet Life is also, a reference to the Great Migration. When people moved to Sugar Hill, they were looking for the Sweet Life. We wanted to give our neighbors a little bit of Sweet Life as well, right?
Nick and Petrushka are hopeful that their spot will become the place for making family memories down the line.
Later down the line is to hear stories like people talking about Thumford's, they're talking about what we meant to them, right?
To be a place where somebody could come in and say, my parents met here. What an honor. And I don't think that we take our role as, the people who created this company lightly. Like, it is such an honor to be able to serve our neighbors and to also be a place that they continue to come back to.
I think that a lot of us have really fond memories of going with our family and having ice cream on a hot summer day, or like rolling past a rural ice cream stand and it's just like packed with Little League kids. Or when you live in a city, you've got your local ice cream place that you can walk to and the whole neighborhood is there.
And as for the future of Sugar Hill Creamery?
With 3 kids, Nick, are you hoping that out of those 3, one of them is going to carry on the tradition?
It's a tricky question. Yes, I would, but I'm not going to pressure them.
At the very least, we need them to work here during high school.
Exactly. They're gonna work here.
It's time for Sunday school. Say amen, say hallelujah.
Amen!
Hallelujah! My Sunday school teachers at Harlem Sugar Hill Creamery kicked off my lesson with a special treat, a one-of-a-kind flavor made just for me.
You should learn to scoop with your own.
My own flavor.
Your own flavor.
My own flavor.
Yeah.
Wow. All of the ice cream served at Sugar Hill Creamery is small batch, each flavor taking 2 days from start to finish.
The difference between a small batch and large batch is one is a freezer.
These machines allow more experimentation with mix-ins.
The reason why it's homemade and why it's better to do small batch, for example, is you have freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You're not beholden to what can fit into a automated machine that, like, for example, can't put a particular like sauce in it because it'll be too thick or it'll jam something, things like that.
And now, back to Sunday school. So what's my flavor?
So your flavor. So we've heard around the way that you're a fan of cookies and cream.
I am.
Also, that you like sweet potato pie.
I do.
Okay, so this is a combination.
And pecans.
Well,
right?
the pecan element is a part of the sweet potato pie. But yes.
I can tell you guys are married. For my signature flavor, Nick started with a sweet cream base, then adding Nilla wafers.
Blended in, made a graham cracker pie crust with pecan. Roast sweet potatoes, cook it down with, basically it's a holiday IPA, and poured the beer in it, blended it up, and then made it like a custard with eggs.
Wow. A lot goes into that.
A lot goes into it.
And a lot goes into forming the perfect scoop. But picture-perfect scoops wouldn't be the same without one very important invention.
The ice cream scoop was invented by a black man.
Alfred Crawley holds a patent for the ice cream mold and disher.
And that's the scoop that's like, it has a little handle that you squeeze and the thing scrapes and the ice cream plops out. He invented that in 1897 and sort of revolutionized ice cream culture.
So the side here is to form it. The tip is to like kind of scrape it, right? So if you're like just learning, the best way is just a little bit at the top, like that.
Sides and boom.
And you form it with the side.
Oh, so you're forming the ball.
Ball,
the
yeah, exactly. All right, voila.
Ta-da.
Right? So the cup, we'll get a little rinse.
Rinse. Okay, so you start.
You can also grab out the sides there too, because it's a little softer.
Oh, that's a sad scoop.
No, look, now you're going to form it.
Oh, now it's forming.
Now you're...
Now it's forming. Oh,
Yep,
look at that now. Oh, hey, now we're talking.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
Good.
Hey, now.
All right, let's taste.
All right. Time to taste. The Al Roker.
Cheers. Well,
Oh, we
actually...
also have a special name for it.
Oh, what's that?
It's your neck of the woods.
Oh, I like
it.
Wow.
And this
is great.
Yeah.
Like all Sugar Hill flavors, there's an art to naming the ice cream. For example, their best-selling blueberry cheesecake, well, it's named for Petrushka.
So this is named after my wife, who's the chairperson of the board. She's the boss. This is the boss flavor.
Smart man.
This is the chief.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
My work here is done. Coming up, a whimsical creamery in Las Vegas known for its colorful creations. You know the old saying, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, especially when it comes to a hot spot that's known for creating really cool desserts, Creamberry. These folks are recreating the ice cream parlor experience for a whole new generation of ice cream fans. And whether that's in person or via social media posts. Selfie, anyone?
I've seen some kids who can kill the burrito by themselves.
Most adults, it's funny,
They would share.
In Las Vegas, a few miles off the Strip, is the flashy, fabulous, and Insta-famous ice cream shop, Creamberry. Opened in 2016 by husband and wife team Danny and Rosalina C., hoping to create a one-stop dessert cafe.
We set on a mission to bring in a wide variety of crazy, innovative desserts into one place.
For Danny, it was a dream come true.
I've always had a sweet tooth when I was younger, and I've always loved ice cream.
Rosalina, not so much right away. She favored traditional icy desserts from her native Indonesia, not American ice cream.
We love sweet stuff, but we don't really love like ice cream, but more to like shave ice. I said, why don't we bring our Indonesia dessert to our menu?
And just like that, Creamberry started offering shaved ice.
So we have the secret ingredients, which is the sauce, the red one, that make it very good with the condensed milk, with everything fruits on top for the shaved ice, and then it's a good combination.
Danny's focus was on the full menu, adding unique treats from around the world to Creamberry, desserts like Thai-rolled ice cream and Filipino halo-halo. Recognizing the power of social media, Rosalina began posting photos and videos of their decadent creations to Instagram, and then later to TikTok. It's a practice that keeps modern ice cream parlors relevant, according to food historian Sarah Lohman.
I think social media is important because, I mean, there's people out there who are following ice cream places that maybe they'll go to, maybe they'll never go to, but it's like the visual appeal. Most people who buy cookbooks don't actually cook the recipes. It's like they flip through the pages to go on a journey. I think like social media and like ice cream social media lets us do that as well.
One of their most eye-catching treats, the legendary cotton candy burrito, a social media and IRL favorite.
Another one, maybe, ooh, look at this, the giant burrito.
Oh, the birthday burrito.
Yeah, the birthday burrito. I think that should be perfect for today.
Hashtag genius. The cotton candy burrito proves that something savory can be the sweetest inspiration.
I was having Mexican dinner one night, and of course eating burritos and tacos. That's where it gave me the idea, hey, why don't I try to experiment this into a dessert? And lo and behold, it actually worked.
Rosalina was immediately impressed.
I was like, man, that's a good idea.
Creamberry was one of the first shops in the U.S. to offer the viral treat, but it took a few tries to perfect.
As everybody knows, cotton candy is very fragile, and any type of moisture or it would just ruin the cotton candy.
The first step in the process isn't posted on social media.
Spinning the cotton candy is one of our trade secrets for our cotton candy burrito. So we usually spin it in the back in the kitchen.
The couple's young sons also deserve a shout out for their love of cotton candy and its impact on their business.
Our kids love cotton candy, so that's why that's the first time that we bring the cotton candy to our shop.
So what's more important, how their desserts look or how they taste?
Both.
Both.
If customers come in and they're visually attracted to it and they try it and it doesn't taste good, they're not going to come back and get the same dessert.
So we eat with our eyes, right? So there's always been effort and consideration into the appearance of food, but the more photographs we can take and the wider they get spread, like with the spread of Instagram and social media, I think there's been even more of a sort of focus on how our food looks on camera. And ice cream is sort of the perfect medium for that. Like you can have a really wild color, you can have this like a really elaborate sundae, or you can have something that's just like really bold and beautiful. Luckily, because it's ice cream, it all still tastes good while looking good at the same time.
Other Insta and TikTok-worthy finds include their made-to-order ice cream tacos and wild milkshakes.
For Rosalina, the more social interaction, the better.
We really love to see the comments, how many likes we got, and then, like a lot of people repost it too.
And those comments, good and bad, help the duo refine their creations.
Sometimes people say, oh, don't put too much sprinkled candy or whatever it is. And then sometimes we take it like, oh yeah, maybe not too much, just maybe only a little bit.
Yeah, it's very helpful for us as well, because then at least we can adjust what is necessary and to accommodate the customers.
The virtual shares are sweet, but it's even sweeter when followers from around the world get to try Creamberry.
We can never get enough of seeing all the smiles when the customers get their orders. Just the facial expressions that they give us.
In an era when we're bombarded with options, the simple joy of heading out for ice cream has withstood the test of time.
I think that ice cream shops, spaces, parlors, ice creameries have survived because they've always fulfilled that community space and that family space. It's something that everybody can come together around.
And families behind the counter will keep scooping up sweet memories for years to come. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see
been
you.
a long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here, from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money. Borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think
Yes.
about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments with people about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy.
It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country.
You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component.
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential coney.
One up!
Right there, nice shot.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of conies.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing,
yes,
it's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes.
That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun. That's what we were talking. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime, nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic.
My turn.
Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come over here.
Keep the bun open because you want the chili to go in.
You want the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that chili.
You're gonna chintz out on that chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over it.
All right. That really, it does have a creamy consistency.
See, it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. One up.
Ready. There. Nice shot.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
Every great coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Conies, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, You're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you can come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. It just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
Yeah.
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is, oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year. so
Congratulations.
thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here for
This is
chili?
Beyond Crumble,
Uh-huh.
a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
Yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, The city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the Stockton brand of crab.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking. And I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
Just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake. And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market. Yeah. They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it.
So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
right.
Nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There's more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and have nobody tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance, no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
and educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the Blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them. And it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster. Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're going to see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen.
In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line hundreds of people on the block in that mass. You know, cars double parked up and down the streets, and it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, you know, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding, you know.
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, you know, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off.
There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough for Al?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's stay by me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. It's throw in your hand
Kind of street food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular. Other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, there's that.
Yeah, because
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take like a pinch of crab feeling like a quarter cup or so. They're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, you want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, you want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect, perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, you know, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, you know, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, you know, it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Lori, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of it?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, you know, because, you know, I grew up here, you know, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, you know, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and turning crisp around the edges and then things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, you know, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much, and just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
the
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alf, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders: Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We we fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems, and we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
Gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Hey, enjoying everything. It's great food. Everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dooky Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right, they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dooky Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said,
"Food builds big bridges."
If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes.
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary Queen of Soul Food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to like really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They had came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were Black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years. Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item. So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head
Exactly.
now. One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken. Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby. After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
You see
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection. Wow. That looks perfect.
I know you're a thigh person,
I
I know
am
what
a
you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is. That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well. Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, and Huey P. Newton come to the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, man.
Good to see you, man.
Good. He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting our pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. Ice cream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I got to tell you, there's nothing that brings back